All right. I just realized you can see my the laundry, my laundry basket. All right, give me a second. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go clean it up. Okay. Just a sweatshirt and some shorts, but you probably don't want to see that. So, yo, what's up, CDOM? How's it going? Thank you for the hydrate. Are my alerts not working? Oh no, that's right. I turned the audio off. I don't remember why I did that, but I did do that. All right. Welcome. How's it going? I don't remember if I already asked you that. Let me get some stuff pulled up here. And then, yeah. And then I will explain what we're doing. Okay. It's hot and I don't want to work. What about yourself? I am not too bad. I mean, I could be better. I ordered some stuff on Amazon the other day and it should have arrived today, but I only got like half of the stuff that I ordered. So I'm a little bit upset about that, but otherwise, I'm not too bad. It's been colder for me recently. For some reason. Like I used to have to turn on the AC every day. And now I'm having to turn on the heater, which is weird for this time of year. Okay, I got that notification sent out. Yo, what's up, Literate? How's it going? Yeah, my bad. I ran over the other half. What the hell? I wanted that stuff. That was important. Okay. I can probably throw this up. Okay. Let me zoom in here. 150. So, what we're doing is, I believe it was Sig Enderman. Yeah. So they asked in my Discord if there would be like a stripped down server version of the Will You Snail race mod that I'm making. And initially, I said that was not a high priority for me. And then I started thinking about it, and it became a more and more interesting project to potentially work on. So I started working on it. And I've gotten a decent portion of it done. At one point, it was technically functioning. The only issue was that it was like stuttering. So like I would open up, multiple instances of the game, and I would do a couple of tests, and for whatever reason, if you were to host a session using like the hosting features in the mod in the game, then it would work perfectly fine, right? The movement would be smooth, there wouldn't be any stuttering or anything like that. But if you used the server thing that I'm trying to write here, for whatever reason, you would see stuttering. And I'm not entirely sure why. So I am going to start kind of from scratch. Oh, why? I know I just wanted this to go away. I say kind of from scratch because I've still got quite a bit of it figured out. It's just like the main stuff. So I think what I'm going to try to do is as closely as possible. So I'm using C#. I'm going to, as closely as possible, mimic the way that the mod works. So I think this is probably the main bit of it, and unfortunately I cannot zoom in because the Undertale mod tool doesn't allow me to do that. But this is the main portion of it, of sending packets. This is what the server does when it sends a packet. I think when it receives a packet, it's this one. Yeah, it looks like it. So this is what happens when the server receives a packet. This is what happens when it tries to send a packet. And it does that every frame. So it'll try and send packets every frame. There are two main types of packets that it'll try to send. Or I say main types, but there are only two types. So one is like the regular packet, which is it contains like all of the position information, and all the data to display the leaderboard properly. And then the other one, which I'm just calling the metadata packet because I can't think of a better word for it, is like the name of the player and the color of like the outline and the body and stuff like that. And so I'm going to be trying to mimic that functionality in the C# here. So I think the way that I want to do this, so I've got some constants set up here. So I sort of just arbitrarily decided when I was first making the mod, I arbitrarily decided like what each packet would look like in terms of the data layout. And so I've tried to like set up some offsets here. So, we're going to be dealing with byte arrays, right? Just lists of bytes, because that's what a packet is, right? It's just a bunch of bytes all thrown together. And from the server's perspective, we only really need we only really need a couple of pieces of information. And so we don't actually need to like parse the entire packet. We can just like throw the entire list of bytes somewhere, and then whenever we need to put together a packet to send out to all the clients, we can just like pull chunks from that byte array. We don't need to like parse out every single little bit. So I've got some stuff set up here. So like checkpoint racer data offset. So that would be like starting from the beginning of the byte array. This indicates the first byte of the checkpoint data. Checkpoint data is like I don't remember exactly what it is. I think it's the number of milliseconds. It's like the number of milliseconds that have passed since you started like actually running the game. So it just keeps track of that, and it's in-game time, right? So it's like the number of in-game milliseconds that have passed since you started playing the game. And so that data starts like after all of this stuff. right? So the way that it stores all this information, maybe I can open this in a new tab. So it's basically like this, right? So I've got an object called this racer, and it's got a current room, which just keeps track of the room ID that the player's in, the X and Y of the player, which direction they're looking in, some information to display the shell, some information to display the eyes, and then a list of checkpoints, what your furthest checkpoint is, your current leaderboard data, right? Like all this stuff, right? And that's just continuous or contiguous in the packet. It's just all a bunch of bytes right next to each other. So I'm keeping track of like the size of each of those individual pieces of data, adding them together, and then that represents like where in that giant array of bytes the checkpoint data lives. And I'm doing this for a couple of different things. So like for the furthest checkpoint, for the placement, for the difference to first. So that's like the stuff that you need in order to display the leaderboard. The actual name of the player, and some other stuff here. So like a lot of this stuff I'm going to be keeping the same. Can I actually line that up? Okay. Default metadata bytes. So like the client will send one of two different types of packets to the server. The regular packet, which does not include the name and the name color and stuff like that. And then the metadata packet, which will send everything, including like the position of the player and all of the, the stuff that's not immediately relevant to like the race. So because of that, if, for example, somebody joins the lobby and the very first packet that they send to the server does not include the player's name or like the color of the player's name or the color of the shell, right? Because that's a different packet. If the first packet that they send to the server does not include in all that information, we still have to store that information. So I've just got like this default data set up here that we can store. So and I think a lot of this I'm going to rewrite anyway. So let's just, I guess, just try and figure out what the heck I was trying to do here. So I think the way that I want to do this is I want to have a queue, because that's very similar to the way that GameMaker works. When a packet is received by GameMaker, it will put that into a queue. And then at the beginning, like before any of the step events actually happen, you get this event, which is like the network async event, right? And it'll like pull the packets out of the queue, and then it'll process the packets one by one. So that's kind of what we're going to try to mimic, because it seems like it works in the game. So we're going to try and do that here. So for our like racer class, we need a socket address. So this is going to contain the data for like the IP and the port, which is necessary for us to like, send packets to each of the racers. We've got the data here. The max racer, yeah, that's fine. So this is a buffer, right? So it's going to contain more bytes than it actually needs to. So that's why we've got this num data bytes variable, so we can keep track of how many bytes of the buffer are actually relevant. When was the last packet received? Because if we haven't received a packet in a certain amount of time, then we can just assume that the racer is disconnected. And then we can actually yeet these two things because I was using them for a different strategy before, but that didn't end up working. So, and I'm actually probably just gonna yeet a lot of this stuff. Yeah, we can rebuild it if we need to, but for now, I'm just gonna get rid of it. So this is basically just gonna be a storage device, and it's not gonna have any like extra functionality. Maybe it would help to have some like helper functions though. So I might set that up in a second. But let's take a look at the packet. So the packet's relatively similar. So it's got the socket address, the actual data, the number of relevant bytes, and then when it was received. I think that's fine. I'm just trying to think of like how exactly we want to set this up. Because if we go low level enough, we can get away with not having to allocate memory on the heap for every packet that we receive. Does mean that we're gonna have to store a bunch of memory ahead of time, or like reserve memory ahead of time that we potentially don't even need. But I don't know, maybe that's worth it. How should we do this? I feel like maybe we should start by just not necessarily worrying about speed. And if it becomes an issue, then we can worry about it. But like in theory, we're going to be, so we've got a maximum of 16 people that can connect to the server. Each of them is going to be sending a single packet per frame, which is 60 frames per second. So we're going to be receiving whatever 60 times 16 is, 960. So we're going to be receiving 960 packets per second. So maybe performance is a concern there. I don't know. We'll assume that it's not a concern, or at least a large concern for now. And then if we take some measurements and decide that our server is actually not fast enough, then we can rework some of it. So that being said, excuse me. Let's make this a byte array. Oops. Socket address. We can probably make this like an IP address. We'll just call this IP. New IP address. We'll give this what? IP address dot any for now with a port of 0. Is that not how this works? Initializes a new with the address specified as a byte array? I'm sorry, what? How do you craft an IP address here? I thought that's how you were supposed to do it. Maybe not. Google, help. C# IP address. So I was messing around with this before. I don't remember how I like created the object. I hate the Microsoft documentation. This does not give me the information that I need. How do I construct it? How do I make a new one? Oh, it was IP endpoint. That's what it was. It wasn't IP address. It was IP endpoint. There we go. Endpoint. You know what? I'll call it IP endpoint. Why not? Okay. So there we go. Okay. Yeah, sure. Do whatever. Okay, so we're saving an IP endpoint, which should store an IP address and a port, which is exactly what we need. We've got an array of bytes. But we don't necessarily need to pre-allocate this, so I'm just gonna say it doesn't equal anything. And then in the constructor, we can take in the byte array. The wire for my mic needs to get out of my way, please. We can just say that's equal to data and then receive date. So because we're going to be constructing these packets as we receive the packets, or we're going to be constructing these, you know, packet objects as we receive them, we can just set that equal to datetime.utc now. So we don't even have to worry about that. The number of bytes we don't have to worry about because again we're going to be reading it in from this anyway. And then maybe I also can just take in the endpoint as a parameter here. And go like that, right? So then we can say these are what just happened. We could say these are read-onlys. That's not how you spell read-only. There we go. Okay. So now this is basically just a storage device that we can use to put into our queue. So let's take a look at this. So I suppose the question we should ask. So, okay, so we're going to be like creating and removing racers as they connect and disconnect. So we can kind of copy this. Yeah, so when we construct a racer, we're going to take in IP endpoint. That's not what I wanted you to do. Okay. The data, yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to think whether we want a dynamic list of bytes or if we just want a giant buffer that we can then like mess around with. I think it's probably just worth it to have the buffer, right? Because like behind the scenes it's going to be behaving like a buffer anyway. So I mean, like let's just do it like this, right? We can just keep track of this stuff ourselves. Okay. This can be internal. We might make helper functions that end up meaning that we don't actually need this to be accessible outside of the class itself, but we will see. Okay, how do I want to handle this? I mean, this can be internal. We'll just give everything access to everything for now. Why not, right? Okay. Yeah, so let's do like internal void process packet, and then we'll take in a packet, right? And this will be, give me a Toto. Okay, this will be like when we're ready to. So when we receive a packet, we'll construct this object. We'll throw the data into here, we'll throw the endpoint into here, and then when we received it, and we'll throw that into a queue. And then 60 times a second, approximately, we will remove all the packets from the queue and process them. Now, in order to figure out, like, so we're going to have a list of racers, right? Which are going to be like the currently connected racers. In order to figure out which racer actually needs to process the packet, that's a whole different thing. But assuming we know that, like, assuming we know which racer needs to process the packet, that's when we're just going to call this. And it's going to handle everything that it needs to handle. Okay. So that's going to include like writing bytes to the array here, updating the number of bytes if we need to, updating the last packet received date, stuff like that, right? Okay. Take me here. So let's try doing some of this stuff. So yo, what's up, RGC? How's it going? Let me create a UDP client here. You can call client. That's just going to equal new. Do I have to give it parameters? I don't think so. So I can just bind it, right? I'm going to get rid of this class because this was, again, for something that I wanted earlier. Socket.bind. Yeah, so we're gonna do client.client.bind, and then that should all be figured out. Yep. I keep missing your streams. Well, to be fair, I haven't streamed in a while. I think I've streamed like twice in the past like month or two. So you're not missing much. Client.client.client.client bind when, right? Dude, okay. When I first found out that this was the thing that you needed. So like you're creating a UDP client, right? Like, let me just make some room here. So you're making a UDP client. It would make sense to call it something like client or UDP client, right? But in order to like tell that client which port to use, you have to bind the underlying socket to that port. But instead of it being called like socket, it's called client. So then you have to be like UDP client dot client. And this is a socket. If I hover over it, you can see this is the type. This is the data type. It's a socket. Why wouldn't they just name it socket? It would make so much more sense to be like, okay, udp.client.socket.bind, right? That would make so much more sense. But no, they called it client. So now you have to type udp-client.client.bind. Or in my case, because I'm just calling it client, it's client.client.bind. That's insane, right? Like, why would you name it that? What the heck? Anyway, you know what? Let me make this a little bit more clear. Port. Excuse me. Say import. Then say if this guy. Okay, so if we've got more than 0 arguments in our list, let's try to parse the first one. And we'll put it into this port thing. You know what? Let's actually say if the number of arguments is 0, or we fail at trying to parse the first argument, then we can set port equal to constants.default port. Here we go. Okay. So basically, I just want to make it so that when you run the program, it will either use the default port if you don't give it any arguments, or if you give it an argument, it will try and parse it as the port. And then it will like use that, right? Is he getting mad at me here? Variable declaration can be... Okay, you know what? Yeah, sure, whatever, that makes sense. Right, so if I go open in terminal, is it going to be weird here? Was this library made by Microslop or someone else? Sorry, Microslop. Forgot I'm now not allowed to say that according to the AI bros. Yeah, you gotta watch out. Okay, what happened to me clicking open in terminal? Oh, it opened in this terminal? Okay. Whatever. Is ls a thing? It is. Okay, so I had I assume I have to go into like bin debug net 10.0. Okay, now we finally have access to the exe. So if I were to say, I think I can just do like /server. That appears to be running. And then I can cancel it. Okay, so if I were to do like /server and then give it a port, like 5,000 or something, then it would use port 5,000. That's what I'm trying to do. And I realize that this is like really small text and it's probably not super easy to see on stream, but like that's the idea, right? If you're running it from the command line, you can either just execute the executable, in which case it'll use a default port, or you can specify a port and then it'll use that specified port. That was my point. Sorry for the long-winded explanation. But okay. So we parse the port here, and then we bind our client to that port. I'm going to yeet all of this stuff because it's going to get in the way. Cancellation token. Nobody needs to cancel. Please. You wouldn't cancel this program, would you? You wouldn't stop it from running, surely. Okay, let me get rid of all this because this is old code. I'm going to get rid of this. I can add that back in later. Oh, wait. You know what? I should have the cancellation stuff in there. It's kind of annoying, but it's also necessary. Because why did it put the kappa at the beginning of the message? I'm gonna crash out. I don't know, man. Twitch is weird when it comes to inserting emotes. Anyway, I need the cancellation thing because Windows is the most painful operating system to work with. Apple's operating systems aren't terrible to work with. They're just terrible to get started with working with them, because you gotta pay Apple to even make an application for their devices or for their operating system. But whatever. Windows sucks. Windows, their clock updates in 15 to 16-ish millisecond precision. So if I'm trying to run a server that ticks every 16 milliseconds, it's very possible that I could get misaligned with the way that Windows's clock works. And instead of waiting 16 milliseconds to tick again, I could end up waiting 32 milliseconds for it to tick again, because I just happened to miss that window in which Windows's clock updates, right? It's kind of dumb. Anyway, point is, I have to call this operating specific function in order to say, hey, I need more than 16 millisecond precision. Could you actually update your clock every 1 millisecond? That way I can do what I need to do on an accurate timer. And that will obviously use significantly more resources. Not I say significantly, but that's relative here. But it is going to use more resources. If you're doing this on a laptop or something, it's going to drain your battery faster. So it's ideal if you can turn that off, right? So at the beginning, I tell Windows, hey, could you, give me a more accurate timer? And then at the end of the program, it's beneficial if I say, okay, I'm done. You can go back to your slowly updating clock. And really the only way for me to do that is to detect when the user is trying to cancel the program and then run this, right? So that's my whole explanation as to why I need to capture the cancellation stuff. Anyway, so we've got the client. I'm going to need this concurrent thing because we need to make the queue. So private static read only concurrent queue. It needs to be concurrent because I'm gonna be updating the queue from multiple threads. So I'm gonna have one thread that adds stuff to it and another thread that pops stuff off of the queue. And it's gonna be packet queue. Typing the word queue is always fun because you can just mash the U and the E button. It's a great time. I've typed the word queue too many times. Just me saying out loud that it's enjoyable to type the word queue kind of hit me. Okay, anyway. So we want to continuously receive packets. So what the heck was I doing here before? Get rid of this. Yeah, so as long as we're not trying to cancel... Okay, we don't need that anymore. Can yeet this. We're now going to go client.receive. Stop doing... Would you let me go over? Sorry, my microphone wire is on top of my keyboard and is not making it easy to code. Okay. So we just want to receive. We don't actually want to receive asynchronous. So I'm going to change this to be void. Does that mean that we no longer care about the cancellation token? We probably still care about the cancellation token. Do cancellation tokens work across multiple threads? I don't know. But maybe we don't need to worry about it. I'm going to ignore the cancellation token for now. And we're just going to have this be an infinite loop. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, var thing equals this. So what do we actually need to give it in order to receive stuff? So we just need the endpoint. Need a reference to an endpoint. So let's make an endpoint and we'll say new IP endpoint. IP address dot any port 0 because it doesn't matter. Let's get rid of all of this stuff and give it a reference to the endpoint. And it returns a UDP datagram that was sent. Okay, so this is going to receive. Yeah, so this is going to give me the data, the byte array, right? Yeah, it's a byte array. Okay. So now I want to do kind of what I'm doing here, except a little bit better. So I want to check to see that this data is actually like relevant. If I say data.length, and I've got some constants set up. I don't remember what I said. Yeah, so I've got a maximum and a minimum. So we just need to check to see that the packet is within those two. So if the length is, let's just say, less than or equal to constants dot minimum. Okay, so if it's strictly less than the minimum, we'll wrap this in an if statement here. I want multiple conditions, so I'm going to set this up on multiple lines here. So if it's less than the minimum or it's greater than the maximum, or the packet queue, packet queue dot count is greater than like, do I already have a constant set up for that condition? Num max packets, here we go. So if it's greater than the number of maximum packets, we can just continue. We don't care about it, right? Okay, this should be constants dot, there we go. What is it telling me here? Use the count property instead of count. Oh, I can just say that, I guess. Okay. Yo, what's up, Sigenderman? Hello, my favorite geological formation. What did I miss? You missed me explaining what the heck I'm doing, which was not a very coherent explanation, but I tried. Great, what the heck are you doing? So you remember how in the Discord server you asked if I had like a stripped down version of the racing mod just for servers, and I said that it wasn't a high priority? I lied. At the time, it was true. And then I started thinking about it more and more, and I was like, that's kind of an interesting project. And now it has kept me up at night thinking about it. So we're trying to do that. Okay. At one point in time, I did actually have a working version of it, but there were some issues with like jittering, and I couldn't figure out why. So I'm kind of restarting. We're gonna try and mimic the way that it works in the mod itself. And if that doesn't work, then I will cry. For whatever reason, if you host a session using the mod in the game, it's relatively smooth. But with the server that I came up with, like just in C#, there was like jittering, right? Like you could, if two players were like moving side by side, then one of them would like, jitter back and forth a little bit. And I didn't understand why. So we're just starting from scratch. Can't wait to host a 100-player Willy Snow multiplayer server. Yeah, so there's still a maximum of 16. You can only have 16 people in a lobby. If you're using this, if you're hosting from the game itself, then you can technically have 17 because the player who's hosting also counts. But like the layout of the data in a single packet is very reliant on the fact that there are a maximum of 16 players. Because if there are any more than that, then I'm going to have to start sending significantly more packets per frame to all the players, and that's going to we could potentially run into performance issues. I haven't actually tested it to see exactly where that point is that we start hitting performance issues. But I also have relatively good hardware, so it's not exactly convenient for me to be able to test for performance issues. Plus, there's just not a whole lot of people that probably want to play the mod anyway. So I think 16 players is probably fine. That's 13 more than we're ever going to get. Exactly. But okay, so we're continuously receiving packets. We create a new endpoint. We grab the packet data from that endpoint. We check to see if that data is actually useful, because we don't want to be sent garbage packets. And then we can actually create the packet object. What do we have to give it? We have to give it the endpoint, right? Endpoint. And then the data. Okay. Why is he getting mad at me? Object initialization can be simplified. Shut up. You don't determine what can be simplified. I do. And then we want to take the packet queue and enqueue the packet. Cool. I mean, we could simplify this, right? We could just throw this in here. Get rid of the extra semicolon. Okay. So we just enqueue the new packet. Okay. So this could cause issues because we're creating a new object here, we're creating a new byte array here, and we're creating a new object here. And I'm pretty sure all three of those are allocated on the heap, which means we're going to have to invoke the garbage collector at some point, which should be fine. It should be. We could run into performance issues. My ears. errors, but that's a problem for future me. Yo, thank you for the follow. Miguel Roland, 21. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay, so we can just do like task.run, right? Because we want to run this on a separate thread. Why is it getting mad at me? Because this call is not awaited, execution of the current method continues before the... Do I care? Can I just do nothing with it? I can just do nothing with it. Okay, phenomenal. Thank you. So we're going to run this on a different thread. That's fine. Yeah, that should be fine. It could be great if you could do like with Minecraft and add a text record to a domain like minecraft.tcp.server subdomain in srv00 port here, server subdomain, and use it to connect to the server. Interesting. What does an underscore equal sentence? So this basically just means I don't want to do anything with what's getting returned. So if I have a function that's like let's say private static, it'll return an integer, and I'll just say do thing. And you know, I end up doing stuff with some other variables, like, you know, I'll try dequeuing on var packet, right? I'll try taking a packet off of the top of the queue, and then I don't know, I'll just, you know, return the packet dot data dot length, something like that. If all I really care about is the fact that I'm taking something off of the packet queue, then when I call this function from, like, let's say up here, I can say do thing. If the only thing that I care about is the fact that it's dequeuing, and I don't actually care about this return value, I can just do this. And normally I would have like some variable called length, and that would be equal to the result of this. But I don't need length. I'm not doing anything with it. So I can just replace that with an underscore. And I don't know if it's C# or .NET that has this specification, but this basically just means don't do anything with the result. We don't care. Which is exactly the case here, because all I really care about is the fact that we're calling this function from a new thread, right? We're starting up a new thread and we're starting that operation. I don't actually care about what that returns. All I care about is the fact that we're starting a new thread and we're running something on it. I'm used to regular C, never saw that. I have been interested in C, but it seems scary. So, oops. No, but that's cool. That's cool. C is cool, I feel like. It's just intimidating. Better don't walk that path. But what if it ends up being really fun? What if I like reinventing the wheel every 30 seconds? That could be so cool. My bad, that's an SRV record, not a text one. Okay, so great if you could do with Minecraft and add a text record. I don't know how Minecraft works in that way, so I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to. I'm gonna be honest. It's literally in the name C. Actually, it might work regardless. Okay. I'm still slightly confused, but all right. If you think it'll work, I'm good with that. Okay. This one does need to be asynchronous. Continuously send regular packets because we need this periodic timer. This periodic timer is going to make sending packets more consistent. So this is where I actually do need the cancellation token. That's fine. And then I just send... I'll just put a Todo here. Todo, there we go. I'll figure it out in a second because I need to like yeet some of this stuff. This was very old code. Yeah, we could probably figure it out from scratch, right? I don't want to have to parse through all of this stuff. We're getting rid of it. We're starting from scratch. Okay. We can just say send packets. We're not gonna separate sending regular packets from other packets. Oh, and that's actually already the same name. Phenomenal. Okay. Okay. So I've got this constant set up here. And maybe I should not have named it tick rate because that's maybe a little bit confusing. But either way, this is basically the number of seconds that the thread is going to sleep before it will, you know, like send more packets. Which is basically going to be like 60 times per second, approximately. I call it 62 times per second just because, you know, there can be some weird fluctuation, and I just want to make sure that packets definitely get sent out at least 60 times per second. Yo, what's up, Muirhead? How's it going? How's the ports for the server? So it's just I kind of mentioned it earlier, but like when you run the executable, it just takes in as an argument the port. So here I've got this if statement. You know, I've got a default port set up, and it's just the default port in the mod itself as well, which is this 25565. So if you don't give it any arguments or it's unable to parse the port number from the arguments, then it just uses the default port. But if you give it a port, then it'll parse it and it'll use whatever you gave it when you actually like ran the executable, right? So you can just pass it as an argument. If you want me to change that, I can. I am not hard set on doing it that way. A Todo, is that how you pronounce it? I mean, it gets so boring when you pronounce it to do, you know? Plus, when you're like, when you make it all one word like this, you gotta have fun. It's Spanish for all. Why always port 25565? There is a reason for that. I don't remember off the top of my head. But that's kind of like a somewhat standard port for this kind of a project. It is UDP. It is not TCP. Is there any progress on Amelia? No. I have been working on this ever since I last mentioned anything. I know. I gotta start working on that eventually. Amelia. So we might have talked about potentially swapping out some of the sound effects to replace them with the gunshot sound effect of Amelia getting shot. But it's, that's not, we don't have to do that. The syncing was the initial idea? Oh, right. I did, yeah, I forgot that whole conversation. No, okay. So, yeah, originally it was that, like, anytime any of the players heard the Amelia getting shot sound effect, it would play for everybody. I'm pretty sure that was the initial suggestion. That way you could just be like in some random level, and as soon as somebody gets to that point in the story level, everybody would hear the gunshot. And then we expended it to "You Suffer for the Horizon." Yeah. Helpless expressionist? Hello? Who is this? Welcome. I don't know who you're adding, though. Okay. So the first thing we want to do every tick is, I guess we should pull. Yeah, I'm gonna probably structure this in a very similar way that I did previously with all the code that I deleted, but it's fine. We can rewrite it from scratch. It'll be okay. Process packet queue. So we'll pull the classic move of calling a function that doesn't exist yet. Does process have two C's in it? Or am I bad at English? It just has one C, I think, right? Yeah. Okay. So we process the packet queue. We need to filter the racers. This will be when we check to see if any of them have disconnected. So, like, with a TCP connection, you have to, like, explicitly connect and disconnect. But with UDP, you don't have to do that. Or you might, I don't know, like, it kind of depends on the implementation. I guess I shouldn't say you, like, always or never have to do it. It depends on the implementation. But the way that the mod is currently set up, you do not have to, like, explicitly connect or disconnect. You will just fire packets. You'll just send the packets. So in order to know whether or not somebody has disconnected, we just keep track of when that person has sent a packet last, and if it's been more than, like, 3 seconds since they sent a packet, we can assume that they've disconnected. So that's what this filter racers function is going to do. It's going to detect when people have disconnected, and it's going to remove them from our list of racers, which doesn't exist yet, but we'll get there. Okay. After we filter the racers, I'm going to put in a todo here. Check if any racers are left. So if we filter the racers and it turns out that there aren't actually any racers left, literally all of them have disconnected, then that means that the server is not in use, and we can probably put it into some kind of a sleeping state. Right? Because we don't need it to be... Because right now we've just got these while loops that are, like, firing constantly. But if nobody's connected, we don't need to be doing that, so we can just put the threads to sleep, right? So we'll do that at some point. Yo, what's up, Yorpy? How's it going? I'm afraid it might be a bot. It probably is, yeah. And after that, we joked about the combination "You Suffer" shortly after SMP walking by Amelia gunshot. That's right. So you hear the gunshot, and then a little bit later, you hear "You Suffer." Finally, all I had to do to catch a stream was not have a healthy sleep schedule. Oh no. I don't want to be promoting bad sleep schedules, guys. I promise I try and stream at reasonable hours. Is the server also great for non-race uses? So the mod itself is specifically meant for racing. But obviously you don't have to use it like that. If you just want to use it for like multiplayer stuff, you can. Although, like, if you're playing outside of the main campaign, there's not currently a whole lot of support for that. So if you're playing any kind of custom campaign, it's not going to work properly. Like, it's not going to detect which campaign you're in. The only thing it checks is the room ID for when it tries to determine whether or not to draw a player to the screen. So all custom levels have the same room ID, which means if two players are in completely different custom levels, they will still appear on each other's screens because the room ID is technically the same. So the mod can be used for, things outside of the main campaign. It's just not supported, really. This is such a... The MP mod is working? I have no idea what that is. Multiplayer mod is working? Oh, okay. That would make sense. I don't know what that means, though. Is that a command in the Will You Snail Discord? Yes. What does it do? Can you just type it in any channel? Oh yeah, there was an announcement. It's a command that prints. This is how the Will You Snail multiplayer mod is working. First of all, it shows a few message boxes, then it sends packet with ID 2 to every client with the new client's socket ID and a blank string. Then it loops through every client except for the new one and sends a packet with ID 4 to the new client. With all the clients' names and teams, the last packet with ID 4 is then sent with the host socket ID, which is hard coded to 0. Technically, but you should do it in the #squidbot commands. Okay, I'm not gonna do it then. This was a copy pasta from ages ago when Name was working on his multiplayer mod. Woof. That seems pretty complicated for what it's doing. I'm gonna be honest. I have exactly 2 types of packets. One sends all the X and Y coordinates that are needed to like draw the players, and then a second one that only ever gets sent like every 3 seconds. That's like the name of all the players. I've got 2 packets. None of this like weird connecting stuff. That seems a little bit convoluted. This has been attempted many times. I guess so, yeah. I don't know, man. You just throw a bunch of bytes into a buffer and then send it. It's not that hard. Okay. I say that as I've been working on this for, a couple days before this stream. Anyway. Okay, so we check if any races are left. If there are none left, then we, put the threads to sleep for a bit. If there are races, then what we want to, or racers, what we want to do is we want to calculate leaderboard data. That's not how you spell data. There is no Y in the word data. And once the leaderboard data has been calculated, we just want to send regular packets. Okay. And that's going to send, again, like all the X and Y coordinates, all the leaderboard data, all of that stuff. And then we need to check to see if I'll just say false here. So we're going to need to check to see if 3 seconds have passed, because if 3 seconds have passed, then we need to send, I'm going to call it metadata, even though it's like not necessarily metadata. But again, this is like the name of all the players, the shell color, the body color, all of that stuff. Like the stuff that doesn't need to be updated every single frame, I'm just referring to as the metadata. So, and we only need to send that every like 3 seconds. So we're going to do that. I'm new to Willy Snail Discord. Can I get a recap of server lore? I feel like there's quite a bit. I feel like there's quite a bit of lore. Not all of it I'm familiar with. A member was supposed to make a YouTube video about that. He gave up. There's a lot of lore and phrases. Yeah. No ads. Wait, are ads? I just got a pop-up that said pre-roll ads are turned off. Did ads just play? We'll add a Toto here. Check if I don't know if we should send metadata packets. Okay. And that should be it. So now all we have to do is actually make each of these functions that we've just called. So private static void process packet queue. Hey, thank you autocorrect for actually being right this time. Okay, so what we need to do, so there are 2 main ways of processing the packets that I can think of. The first one is we just have this while loop that says while the packet queue dot count is greater than 0, or in this case not equal to 0, either way works. And then we process the packet, right? So we just keep processing packets until the queue is completely empty. Now, there is a potential issue with that, which is if for whatever reason, there could be multiple different reasons for this, but if for some reason we are receiving packets faster than we can process them, this code will never stop running. And then we'll never get to this other stuff where we actually end up sending the packets. So a solution that I've used before, and this was in the like not technically, or like technically working but not really well version, was I just kept track of the count, packet count or something like this, right? And then instead of doing this while loop, we did a for loop. All right, you know what? I guess we can put this in the for loop. That would make more sense, right? Packet count is greater than 0. Packet count minus minus, right? Stop getting mad at me. Right. And we do it like this. This way, we store the current number of packets in the queue, at the time that this function is called. And then we only process that number of packets. So packets can keep coming in, but we're not going to process them after this happens, right? We're only going to process, like if there are 10 packets in the queue, we're only going to process 10, even if 10 more show up while we're processing that 10. Now, that could be an issue, but for now we're going to pretend that it's not. And then if we do experience issues, then we'll come back to this and maybe try and solve the problem a different way. What does toemate mean? Toemate? I have no idea. It's your traditional greeting of the server. At one point, it was in a competition with Yo, and there's a bunch of lore about it too. Bro, what? Gotta go see ya. All right. See you later, RGC. Thanks for being here. I feel like Yo fits better considering it's the only voice line repeated in game. I would agree. I would vote for Yo being the default. Stone, I admire your programming ability. Thank you. I do it for a living, so I would hope that I'm at least a little bit competent. But, you know, it's fine. No, this is pretty different than what I do at work, though. This is significantly more enjoyable than the kind of stuff that I do at work, but I won't get into that. Oh, shoot. I don't actually have the bot running. Hang on, give me a second. I'm going to navigate around and get the bot up and running. Sorry. I realized that I didn't have it running before, and then I wasn't sure that it would matter. Okay. I really just need a script that does all this stuff for me. Like, this takes too much effort to get the bot up and running. Oh my word. Windows, please work. Okay. 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 Now it should be connected. Now you should be able to add that quote. Apologies for that. Yo, what's up, Glitch? How's it going? It could be an issue, but we're going to pretend it will not. True engineer mindset. Truly. All right. Was it will not or it's not in the quote? I don't know. Yeah, there we go. Okay, it worked. It could be an issue, but we're going to pretend it's not. That's the Stonebot. That's not relevant right now. Why are you... God, okay. Okay, dude. All right. I don't even remember that one. Gun acquired. Okay, I did not mean to hit the play button. Stop. Yeah, I know there are errors. I clicked play on accident. Okay. Yeah, so I've got this process packet function that we're going to figure out later, but for now what we need to do is we need to dequeue the packet. We're going to attempt to dequeue it. And at this point in time, we know for certain that the packet queue has packets in it. So we know that this thing is going to return true no matter what. So we can just do that. And then out var packet. Right, so it's going to give us our packet that way. Okay, and then we can loop through. Oh, I actually need to make the racers array. Or in this case, list, probably. Private static read-only list of racers. That's going to equal a new list. You know what? I don't even need to specify. And then constants.max racers. Okay. So we create a list of racers, and it's going to have a maximum capacity of 16, which is this constant here, because we're only allowing 16 players. So var racer in racers. So we're going to loop over all the racers, and we're going to check to see if the racer dot endpoint dot equals the packet dot endpoint. We know the packets. It's not null. Stop giving me the green squiggles. Okay. So we're going to check to see if in our current list of racers, if their endpoint matches the endpoint of the packet, then we know that the packet corresponds to the player that matches, right? So if that happens, we can say racer dot process packet, right? And again, this is a function that we haven't implemented yet, but we'll get there. And then once we have that packet processed, we can just have we'll say does racer exist, set it to false, we'll set it to true in here, and then we can break out of the loop. So then after the loop, we can check and say, okay, so if we found the racer, then we're good. We can just continue processing the next packet. If the racer does not exist, that means we have to create a new racer, because this packet is coming from somebody that had not previously sent us a packet. So we got to create a new racer. So we know what snail position is linked to what? I'm sorry, what? So we know what snail position is linked to what racist? Don't know about that one. Only 16 players. How could that possibly be enough? It's not like there are less than 16 people playing Willy Snail at once on average. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, no, initially I was planning on having like 32 be the limit, and then I realized that I could pack in a lot more data into each individual packet if I made the maximum number of players 16 instead. Which 16 seems like a fine number. Like I could lower the maximum even more if I wanted to, and then I could maybe get away with only sending a single packet every frame. Because right now we're sending a single packet every frame, and then every 3 seconds we're sending an additional packet. So theoretically, if we lower the maximum even more, we can avoid sending that second packet every 3 seconds. It's not that big of a deal. So I'm not super worried about it, but I feel like 16 is a decent number. Dilbert? I'm sorry, what? Hello? Why are we talking about Deltarune? Holy, okay. Because why not? I don't know why we are. But welcome. How's it going? Packets can't possibly be this resource intensive. I mean, so like the thing is, the packets themselves aren't that resource intensive. It's the fact that we're sending them over the network. Every time we send a packet over the network, we have to deal with network inconsistencies, traffic, all kinds of weirdness, right? Like weird things can happen anytime you send anything over the network. That's what we're dealing with. So if it's possible for me to minimize the amount of stuff or the number of times that I have to send information over the network, that's going to be better, right? Suddenly Deltarune, right? So it's not necessarily a performance thing. It's more of like, it's going to be a relatively smoother experience for the player if I send fewer packets. Okay, so we got to give it an endpoint. So we'll give it the packet.ip endpoint. There we go. I know it's not null. Stop trying to convince me that it might be. Okay, and then we can have it process the packet. And then we also need to say racers.add the racer. Okay. Oh, of course you're mad. Of course you're mad because I named a different variable the same name, even though it should have fallen out of scope of this for loop. Fine, I'll call it new. I'll call it new racer. Happy? Happy that it doesn't have the same name as a variable that shouldn't exist anymore? Are you happy now? Sorry. I'm fine. Okay, next function here. Keep in mind we do still have to actually implement this process packet function here, but we will do that after this. What if we send a packet to check if packets arrived correctly, and then we send a packet to check if that one arrived correctly? Genius. Now we've solved the internet. I would argue 8 players is sufficient if it can improve other areas. I'd have to do the math on it. So we're limited to about 1,400 bytes, 1,400 bytes. About there's an exact number, but I can't remember exactly what it is. But it's about 1,400. We are limited to approximately 1,400 bytes per packet. If we try and send a packet that's more than that number of bytes, then I don't remember exactly what part of the whole stack it is, but like it's either like a firewall or just a router, whatever. It'll automatically break that into multiple packets anyway if we try and send a packet that's too big. So we do have a hard limit. And I would have to do the math to see if we do lower the maximum to 8, then like maybe we could send all the data in a single packet. But again, because we're only sending certain data every 3 seconds, it doesn't matter, right? Because we're going from sending like position data 60 times per second to sending the name of a player once every 3 seconds. It's not going to be that big of a performance hit, right? And we can still support 16 players, so I figure it's probably not that bad. Okay. So we need to filter out some of the racers. Let's do this. So the way the professional way of removing things from a list while iterating over it is to say I is equal to racers dot, is it length or count? Count -1. I is greater than or equal to 0. I minus. Right? So we're going to work our way backwards through the list. And I think it's less than or equal to, right? It should be. Then we can say, you know what? Well, let's say var racer equals racers index I, just to make that easily accessible. Then we can say racer dot last packet received date. So what we need to do is we need to find the difference between the current date and the date that the last packet was received. So I can say datetime dot UTC now, and subtract this date, and this is going to give us a time span. So if we put parentheses around all that and then say dot total seconds, we can check to see if that's greater than this constant that we have set up. Disconnect timeout seconds, is that what I named it? That is what I named it. Okay, just wanted to make sure. So I've got it set to 3. So basically, if the difference between the current time and whenever we received the last packet for that particular racer, if that difference is greater than 3, then we can just safely assume that that racer has disconnected. So we can say racers.remove. We can say remove at I, right? Yeah. And the reason we want to work our way backwards through the list is because, like, if we were to move forwards through the list and we ended up wanting to remove a racer that's in the middle of the list, then it would have to, like, shift over everything that came after that one to fill in the gap. But if we go backwards, then it's, like, slightly better. Like, it still has to do some shifting, but it's a little bit better. It's just a little bit more convenient to do it this way. I mean, don't take my advice too seriously. My coding experience is limited to programming microcontrollers while making circuits. That sounds like fun. But also, it's almost always a good idea to at least consider that kind of stuff. Because at one point, you know, when I was, like, first working on this project, I did have to genuinely consider, okay, what should the maximum number of players be? And so, you know, what I'm explaining right now is what I had to consider at that point in time. So it's a good thought to have, you know. You should consider those things. Even if while you're considering that stuff, it ends up being that those ideas aren't better, it's still worth doing the considering, you know? My programming experience is messing with already existing code and holy PHP. Oh, I've heard things about PHP. I don't think I've ever messed around with it, but I've heard things. And some GML. GML is like a weird. It's very strange the way that GML works. I would almost consider it better than JavaScript. They do have their similarities. JavaScript is a bit of a mess. But I'd almost think that GML is better. Okay, so at this point, want to check to see if racers are left. So I can literally just say racers.count is 0. Then I'll say Toto put thread to sleep. And I think, so continuously receiving packets, I think this thread has to stay operating. The thread that's receiving the packets, should I also put that to sleep? Oh, it would only be for a limited amount of time, like 3 seconds or so. So like every 3 seconds, it would check to make sure that nothing is happening. And then if nothing is happening, it goes to sleep again for another 3 seconds. But like if somebody is trying to connect to the server, they're going to be continuously sending packets. So even if, at worst case scenario, they try and send a packet immediately as soon as the thread goes to sleep for 3 seconds, it's going to take about 3 seconds. The thread's going to come back. It's going to check to see, it's going to try and receive things that are coming in through that port. And because the client should theoretically be constantly sending packets, it should receive something. But it depends on the queue size of the... Maybe it's not worth it to put that thread to sleep. Because like if we put the thread to sleep, technically packets are still going to come in. They're just going to get queued until something tries to pick it up. And depending on, I don't know what sets that limit. It might be like the router. Or maybe the operating system does that probably. But whatever the operating system arbitrarily sets that queue maximum to be, we might hit it. Which isn't necessarily a problem, it's just... Because the thing is, if we don't have anybody connected, then we're not like super worried about receiving packets, right? Because nobody's currently connected. So should we continue to waste... I mean, does this even waste CPU cycles? Or does it genuinely like get put to sleep and just wait for the queue to get updated? Receive from... I don't think I'm going to be able to answer that question just by looking at this. That's a reassuring comment. Remove this line of code. Remove this line of code. That's... Yeah, no, that's always fun. Throw disposed. Validate blocking mode. I mean, yeah, we do want to be blocking. I mean, I guess we could find out, right? We could just see. Because, like, this line is going to wait. It's going to wait until a packet arrives, I just don't know if it's going. I don't know the method by which it's going to wait. Because if it's not implemented correctly, asterisk, if it's not implemented correctly, then it could be eating CPU cycles when it doesn't need to be. But I don't know that we need to worry about that. So I'm gonna leave that as a problem for future me. And if we notice that it's still consuming a bunch of the CPU even when there's nobody connected, then we can revisit this. But I think we're going to ignore it for now, and we can just say thread.sleep. Do I have a constant set up for this? I don't think I do. It doesn't look like it. Internal const. This would be an int. Empty server sleep milliseconds. We can set to like 3000, right? It'll just be 3 seconds. Constant dot empty server sleep milliseconds. Okay. And then we don't want to continue doing all this stuff. We want to go back and try and process packets. Okay, sorry. I have not been paying attention to chat. My bad. I mostly use C++, but a modified version. Ooh, interesting. I've got to say, I'm not a huge fan of C++. I think it's a good language in theory. I just think it's got a lot of like unnecessary stuff to it. So I'd be curious what kind of modifications you made. Almost better than JavaScript, thank God. I don't know, man, you wrote the code. I didn't write this code. This code was written by Microsoft, all right? Thanks, past me, very reassuring. I didn't write this bit. This is the decompilation of Microsoft's code. Is that? Oh, I thought I saw something grayed out for some reason. Okay. Now we can calculate the leaderboard data. This is where things get fun. Private static void. Because we need to actually access some of the data within this byte array. And maybe it'll be helpful to write some helper functions here. So let's do an internal. Let's return let's return a float for the checkpoint. So let's say get checkpoint time at, and then we'll give a checkpoint index, and that'll return something. Someone should make C+. Just one more C, please. Just a singular. Don't say relatable to I hate the French. You're not supposed to hate the French. That quote was taken out of context. Okay. So in order to get the checkpoint time, my finger is bleeding. I'm typing too fast. No, I opened a box earlier and I guess I cut myself. What is it, like binary primitives dot read single little endian. So this is what we want. So what this is going to do is it's going to convert a list of 4 bytes into a float, right? Because a float takes 32 bits, which a byte is 8 bits, so 32 bits is 4 bytes. This takes an array of 4 bytes and it turns it into a float, which is what we're returning here. Okay, so now we need to decide, here's our giant array of bytes. We need to figure out which 4 correspond to the checkpoint that we're trying to access. Now, I already do have a constant set up for that. Checkpoint racer data offset. So basically, the way that all the packets are set up, all of this data comes right before all of the checkpoint data, which is just a list of 91 floats. We can see the number of checkpoints is 91. So what we should be able to do is we need to take the data and we can turn it into a span. And the span needs to start at constants dot checkpoint racer data offset. It needs to start there, but we're not just starting at the first checkpoint. We're starting at whatever checkpoint is indicated by this index. So we need to add to this the checkpoint index, and then because each of the checkpoints is a float, because each checkpoint is a float, we need to multiply that by the size of a single float. Size of float. And then it's telling me I can remove the parentheses because order of operations or whatever. So this, whoops, don't scroll please. So this number, stop scrolling. This number should indicate the offset of the first byte of the checkpoint time that we're trying to access. This data.asSpan gives us a reference from like this array of bytes that starts at that number that we just calculated. And then this function takes the first 4 bytes in that reference and converts it into a float. I hope that somewhat makes sense. But basically, we've got a giant array of bytes. We're locating the first byte in that array that's used to calculate the correct floating point number for that particular checkpoint, and then we turn it into a floating point number. I feel like I didn't do a great job of explaining that, but I don't really know how to explain it better without like visuals and stuff. So we're going to move on. All right. Internal, we're going to return a byte, and this is going to be get furthest checkpoint. And that is going to return, so we just need a single byte here. So this is actually just data, and then I already have a constant set up for this. So the furthest checkpoint is just a single byte within this array, and its offset is known at compile time because the layout of all the packets is also known at compile time. So isn't that C#? I think C# is a higher level language than C++. So I think C# is like C++++, you know? I should hit the hey now, have a nice stream. All right. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Have a good night. I probably don't need this to be a function because we can just directly access the data array, but it probably makes more sense. It's probably helpful for this. Whoops. So then, now that we have those two things, we can actually calculate the leaderboard data. And let's create some more helper functions here. So let's say internal void set. What are we setting? We're setting placement. We'll take in a byte placement. So this is like number 0, or not 0. Yeah, it is indexed at 0 actually. So it's a number 0 through 15 of like where you stand in the leaderboard. And again, that offset is known at compile time, so I do have a constant set up for it. Yep, there. It's going to equal placement. Then I need a similar thing for setting the difference to first place. And this is actually going to be a float. So we're going to need to do a very similar thing up here. Except we're going to need to write, not that, write single little endian. And the location in which we need to write it is data.as span, and we're going to start at I think I have a constant set up for it. Constant dot diff to first data offset. Yep. Okay. And then we're going to write the diff to first. Okay. There we go. So now we can get whatever checkpoint time we need. We can get whatever the furthest checkpoint that player is at. We can assign them a placement, and we can assign them a difference to first place. Okay. Now we can actually calculate the leaderboard data. So first things first, we need to sort the racers. And this can be a new list of racers. Can I just throw this into the constructor? Initialize a new that contains elements copied from the specified location. Yes, okay. So that'll make a copy of the racers list. Sorted racers dot sort. And we should be able to take in a comparison function. So if we said like A and B, and if I just like return -1, for example, yeah, it does accept that. Okay. So we need to determine which racer is technically in first, or like which racers should be considered sooner. And I do already have a function for that here. Yes. So it's this. So first things first, you know what? I'll just copy this. I will just straight up copy this. Okay. So arg0 in this case is just A. So we can just say A. Arg1 is B. And then instead of dot furthest checkpoint, it's dot get furthest checkpoint. Right, we're calling this function. And then instead of dot checkpoints, it's dot get checkpoint time at. And then we do this. Get checkpoint time at. I'm really looking forward to the project. Unfortunately, I'm about to fall unconscious. All right, have a good night. I appreciate you being here. I should really train my immune system to be better. Totally about to invent vaccines. Thank you, Stonebot. Okay. Can I just do mathf.sign? There we go. Okay. So the idea is we first check to see if one of them has a furthest checkpoint, right? There are 91 checkpoints in the game, one for each like level completed. I call them checkpoints because technically the normal speedrunning route is you go from AO1 to AO1.1, but technically you don't have to do that. You can go from AO1 to AO2 into AO3, AO4, and then AO5, where the speedrunning route goes from AO1 to AO1.1 and then directly to AO5. So I consider AO2, AO3, and AO4 all a single checkpoint so that it can still line up with the typical speedrunner route. So there are 91 checkpoints. Every time you enter a new room, it checks to see if that room is a checkpoint room, and then it sets your furthest checkpoint to whatever that room is. Or like whatever the corresponding checkpoint that maps to that room is. Whatever, you get the idea. So then we basically just want to say, okay, so if A's furthest checkpoint is greater than B's furthest checkpoint, we know that they are in a further level in the game. So we'll return -1, which indicates that A should appear sooner in the list. If it's the other way around, if B is further than A, we return a +1, indicating that B should be sooner in the array. Excuse me. If they have both reached the same checkpoint, then it subtracts their times at that checkpoint. And it uses the sign of whatever that result is to determine who should be first. So if two people have reached the exact same checkpoint, but one of them reached that checkpoint sooner, they will be put ahead of the other person. And then it's going to get mad at me. Because it's going to want to format it like this for some reason. Whatever. Ugh. I don't like this formatting. I don't like the way that this is formatted. Whatever. I'll just ignore all the warnings. I do want to add braces, though. I'm the type of programmer that enjoys having braces around their if statements. Even single line if statements. Okay. I'm not actually done with this. All I have done is sorted the racers. I still need to calculate their data. So let us loop through all of these sorted. That's not what that was supposed to be. Sorted. Oh, right. Var racer in sorted racers. Okay. Let's loop through all of the sorted racers. And actually, this does need to be a regular for loop. For I equals 0, I is less than sorted racers dot count I plus plus var racer equals sorted racers index I. Okay. So now we can say set placement to I, and it's going to get mad because I is technically an integer, but we need it to be a byte. And we know that that conversion is fine because there can only be a maximum of 16 racers, so the most a byte can have is 255, or like the maximum value of a byte is 255. So we know for sure that I is going to be less than that. And then we need to racer dot set difference to first. So what we need to do is we need to say racer furthest checkpoint. I don't actually know that we need to store that. So what we need to do is we need to take so let's do it this way. Let's do first things first. We need to say if the racer dot get furthest checkpoint, if that's equal to the last checkpoint, in other words, the number of checkpoints minus 1, then instead of actually displaying the difference between first place and this current racer, we just want to display their final time. So this is like, if they've completed the game, we want to display their final time. We don't necessarily care about the difference between them and first place, right? Because both them and first place have already beat the game. You don't really need to know how far behind you are anymore. So we will do racer.set diff to first. This just needs to be racer.get checkpoint at, and then this number, which is going to be 90 because the number of checkpoints is 91, and that number is never going to change. But for the sake of being a good programmer, we're going to be using constants. So, okay. If the racer has not completed the game, in other words, their furthest checkpoint is something less than the last checkpoint, then we do actually need to do the calculation. So we need to say whatever racer is in first place, which means sorted racers index 0, we need to get their checkpoint time at this racer's furthest checkpoint. So racer.get furthest checkpoint. Whoops. And then we take that and we subtract the checkpoint time of this racer at their furthest checkpoint. And so I'm thinking that maybe it actually is a good idea to just say racer furthest checkpoint is equal to racer.get furthest checkpoint. That way we don't have to call that function a bajillion times. And we can just use this variable here. So we can get rid of this and then say racer dot, nope, that's not what I wanted. Racer dot get checkpoint time at its furthest checkpoint time. Okay. We could try and refactor this a little bit because we've got this, you know, like racer.set diff to first, racer.set diff to first. We've got the same thing in both the if and else. So like we could try and clean this up. I don't really know that it's worth doing that though. I feel like if we try and clean it up, it's just going to be more confusing. So we'll keep it this way. And that should be it. That should be everything that we need in order to calculate the leaderboard data. So we've got that done. Now we can actually send the packets. Private static void. Do this. And if you will give me just a second, I'm going to adjust my my thermostat real quick. Enjoy the chair stream for a couple of seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. It was getting a little warm. I needed to cool it down a bit. Okay, so we want to send regular packets. We have to actually put the packets together, which is a little bit... It's going to be a little bit weird. Wondering how exactly we want to do this. So we probably want to... Yeah, for sending regular packets, we can do the calculation ahead of time. So we can say var regular packet. You know what? We'll say the number of regular packet bytes. Excuse me. Do I have a constant set up for that? I don't think so. Okay. Okay, so we'll just do this calculation here. So we're going to need all the data up to the checkpoint data. So we don't actually need to send the checkpoint data to the clients. So we can send everything up to that, which is actually the checkpoint offset, right? Like this represents the number of bytes that have come before the checkpoint data. So we go to there. We also want to include the furthest checkpoint, which is a single byte. We also want to include the placement, which is a single byte. And we want to include the diff to first, which is a float. And I'm going to separate these onto different lines so that I can add some comments here to indicate what exactly we're calculating. So this was for furthest checkpoint. This is placement, and this was diff to first. Okay. And we need that information for every other racer. For like every racer that's not the one that we're sending the packet to, right? There's no reason for us to send data for the current racer to that same racer, right? Because they already have that data. They don't need to receive it from the server. So I'm going to wrap all of this into a set of parentheses here. Let's do this. We need to multiply it by, what? I still need the equal sign, please. Thank you. By racers.count -1, right? So we want all the racers except for the current one. And this is all the data that we need. We also need a single byte and this indicates, why is this all thrown off now? Okay. This is going to indicate the packet type, So for this for a regular packet, that's just 1. For a metadata packet, that's 2. Like the number 1 and the number 2. And then we also need a singular byte, which will represent the number of other racers. And then after this, we also need, we actually do need to send the leaderboard data of the player that we're sending this packet to. So this is going to be size of a single byte for the placement. Stop doing that. Okay. And then size of float for the diff2 first. Okay. So now that we know the number of bytes that needs to go into every packet, we should be able to loop over, and this is going to be a regular for loop actually. For I equals 0, I is less than racers.count, I plus plus. We're going to loop through all the racers, and we're going to say we need to create a new packet. So we're going to say var packet is equal to a new, and this is actually just going to be a byte array. And we already know how many bytes need to be in it. So we create a new packet. We can say packet index 0 is actually just going to be the number 1, right? Packet index 1 is going to be the number of other racers. So we can just say racers.count -1. Maybe we can actually just make that like a variable up here. Num other racers equals racers.count -1. Give me that variable. Let me pop it in here, and then I can also pop it in here. There we go. That's just going to be a single byte. Okay. Now we need to loop over every other racer and fill the packet with their information. So we'll make a double I variable here. Double I is less than racers.count, double I plus plus. And here we actually don't want to send, again, we don't want to send the data of the racer we're trying to send the packet to, because they already have that data. So we can just say if I is equal to II. In other words, we're looping over the exact same racer that we're currently trying to build the packet for. We just don't do it, right? And I'm also going to create a variable called offset here, and I'm going to set it equal to 2. And this is going to be like the index into our packet that we need to put data into, right? So we can say var other racer equals racers index II. So first things first, we need to put all the data up to the checkpoints. So we can say other racer dot data dot copy to, and we're going to copy it into the packet. We're going to copy the contents of the array into the span. So we, what kind of different functions do we have for this? This is not what I was looking for. Okay, that did not help. So let's do as span then. Does this come with like better stuff? Does not seem like it. Okay, whatever. So we're gonna start at index 0, and we need to go unto constants dot the checkpoint offset, right? That's the number of bytes that we need to copy over. So we're gonna start at 0. This is the number of bytes that we're copying, and then we're copying it into packet dot as span, and we want to start at offset. Cool. So now that we've copied over that info, we can increase offset by the number of bytes we just copied over, which is this. Then we need to copy over the what did I say? The furthest checkpoint, the placement, and the diff to first. So that's going to be, do I have a constant setup for like the number of bytes there? Yeah, this thing. So I can say other racer dot data dot as span, and we want to start at the furthest checkpoint offset, and then we want the number of bytes past the checkpoint, which is just why just do this? I just wanted to scroll. Which is just this stuff, right? It's the furthest checkpoint, the placement, and then the diff to first. So 2 bytes in a float, which is exactly what this is. It's 2 bytes in a float. And then we need to copy 2 into the packet at offset. And then again, we need to increase the offset by the number of bytes that we just copied over, which is this guy. Okay. That should be all the data from each individual racer. So now we need to add in this stuff. So the placement and the diff to first of the current racer. So we can say var racer is equal to racers index I. And we can say, so we don't need to send the furthest checkpoint. We just need the placement and the diff to first, which is kind of awkward, but I think it's okay. So we could just say racer.data.as span. I say it's awkward because I don't already have like constants set up for this, but like I'm already doing some weird calculations here. I don't know. Like they should be constants probably. It's just very specific. They're like very specific numbers, and it's kind of hard to describe. Anyway, I am trying to grab the placement. So the placement offset, and the number of bytes that I want is the size of a single byte plus the size of a float, right? Because all I'm trying to do is copy over the placement and the difference to first. And then I want to copy to the packet as span at offset. And that should be everything, right? So that should be the packet all put together. I should be able to just send the packet now. So if I now say client.send, Number of bytes sent. Do I not need to give it a destination endpoint? I can. Okay. So we'll send the packet to the racer.ip endpoint. And this returns the number of bytes sent, which we don't care about, so we can just discard that. Okay. That should send all of the regular packets. So if we go up here, we actually need to track when we last sent a metadata packet. So we can say private static. This needs to not be read only, but it is a date time. Last metadata packet sent date. Not valued. Set it to now. Okay. Just as a default. And then I can say, down here, I can say, again, we need UTC, date time dot UTC. There we go. Subtract that. We take the total number of seconds and we see if it's greater than this metadata tick rate seconds. If it's greater than constants dot, there we go. If it's greater than that, then we know we need to send metadata packets, right? So let's actually write this function. Private static void this. And then it's going to be a little bit trickier because the names of the players can be anywhere between 1 and 21 bytes. Because GameMaker deals with null terminated strings. So even if you have a 20 character name, there's still a 21st character that marks the end of the string. And so because the name can be any number of bytes between 1 and 21, we don't actually know ahead of time how big the packet needs to be. So I think we do know the maximum. I think that's what this one is. Name packet data offset. It's named weird, but this is like kind of what I want. Subliterate. How's it going? Maybe it's not actually what I want. Yeah, I don't already have a constant setup for it. Ugh, I feel like this whole thing is a bit of a mess. But also, like, I don't really think that there's an easier way to do it. because it's just a bunch of arbitrary values. Anyway, so let's just say I'm gonna copy. I don't have to copy that. Let's just copy these two things. Okay, num metadata packet bytes. We'll actually say num maximum metadata packet bytes. Okay, so this is going to be. Give me all of the. Give me this. I think this is what I want. So it's all of this stuff. So it's the number of maximum name characters that you can have, which I believe is currently just set to 21, right? Oh, it's constants dot. Okay, yes, yeah, so this is just set to 21. And then the color of the name, the color of the outline, body, shell, eye color. Okay, all of that stuff. So I need all of that. Multiplied by the number of other racers. And then, you know what, let's indent this. And I also need, again, size of a byte. This is for the packet type. Okay, we need another byte for the number of other racers. I did do that properly here, yeah, okay. Then we have all of this data. And then that's it, right? Let me check this. Oh, this text looks so small. Yeah, so if we're sending a metadata packet, we just need the type of the packet, the number of other racers, and then all of that. And then we just immediately send it. Okay. So yeah, we don't actually need anything more than that. We can just have that be there. Okay. So now it's going to be relatively similar here. It's going to be relatively similar to sending a regular packet, except the type of the packet is going to be 2. Actually, that's a constant. So let's metadata packet type. Let's change that in both locations here. Constants dot regular packet type. Okay. So now, similar concept. We loop through everything. We keep track of the offset. But now we actually need to, and in this, are we, yeah, we are keeping track of the number of data bytes. Okay. So we actually want to start copying from the name offset. Name racer data offset. And then we want to, the number of bytes that we want to copy is num bytes to copy. We'll set that equal to something. That. And then we actually don't need to copy anything else because that's all contiguous data. So we can just get rid of this bit. Now we just need to figure out how many bytes we actually need to copy, which should be, I think it's just other racer dot num data bytes minus this. Right, because this is like the first byte. This is the location of the first byte we need to start copying. And this is the total number of bytes in the entire data array. So I think the difference should be the number of bytes that we need to copy. I think. And it should actually just be as easy as that, right? So then we don't need to copy anything else there. We just say packet, and then we should be able to specify int bytes. Yeah, so I think we should specify the number of bytes that we're sending. Is that what that represents? Offset size. Yeah. Yeah, so that should be the number of bytes that we're sending, which is just offset. Because when we're creating the packet array, we're creating it to account for the maximum number of bytes possible, but because player names can be shorter than the maximum possible, we have to still we have to tell it that we're not actually sending every single byte. We're only sending the bytes that we actually filled, which is this offset. Okay, and then there's no reason to store this in an individual variable, so we can just do that. Okay. So now we finally have every single one of these functions that we called earlier. We have those defined. The only thing left, I say only, but it's the only thing left in order to actually like run the program, is to implement this guy. Process packet. Let me just double check that I still have, I still have it process packet here. Okay. So the first thing we need to do in order to process a packet is we need to check what the packet type is, which is always going to be the first byte in the data array. So we can say packet dot, let's make this a switch statement actually. So let's switch on, why did it put the end line there, or the new line there? Packet dot data and the very first byte. Say case constants dot regular packet. We'll do something there. And if it's stop constants dot metadata packet type, then we'll do something here. And if it's neither of those packet types, well, then we just received an unknown packet, and there's no reason to do anything with that. So we don't got to deal with it. All right. Let's actually deal with the metadata packet type first, because that's going to be easier. So when a client sends a packet to, or when a client sends a metadata packet to the server, that metadata packet will contain all the data, both the regular packet type data and the metadata for that player. So what we can just straight up do is say packet dot data dot as span, and we want to start from 1. I can't remember if I actually set up a constant for this. Constants dot current room packet data offset. I did set a constant for it. Okay, we can use that. That's kind of funny. Okay. So we want to start there, and we want to copy everything up to the name. Right, so I actually want to say constants dot name packet data offset. And then I want to subtract this to get the total number of bytes that we need to copy. And then we can actually copy them to data as span. And we're actually copying it to the very beginning of this. So we actually don't even need to specify another offset and length. Okay. So it copies all of that stuff, and then we need to copy the actual metadata as a span. So now we can grab this guy. The number of bytes. I mean, we actually just want to go to the end, right? Yeah, so we don't need to specify the number because it's just going to go all the way to the end. And then we need to copy it to data.asSpan constants dot name racer data offset. Right, so we want to copy everything starting from the name to the very end of the packet data to the start of the name to wherever of the racer data. And then we can set num data bytes equal to how do we want to do this calculation? Because we want to say how do we want to do this? How are we going to get the length of or the number of bytes in the total thing? And I mean, it's packet.data.length, but we subtract 1 because we don't need the packet type, and then we want to add in let's do this, and then we want to add the a single byte for a single byte and a single float. The float is for the diff to first, and then the byte is for placement. Right? And I think that should be good. Now we want to say if we receive a regular packet type, we want to say packet.data.as_span. And again, we want to start here. And because this packet is just going to contain it's only going to contain enough. So we can just straight up copy to data, I think, right? I don't think we need to put any bounds on it, really. So then because we still need metadata, even if we're not like yeah, so if we're just connecting, just now connected, we still need metadata. How do we detect that? We can just say if the number of data bytes is 0, maybe? It's like if num data bytes is 0, then we know that we don't already have metadata, and so we need to add the metadata. So we can say default, what is it, constants dot default metadata bytes dot copy to data.as_span, and that needs to start at the name racer data offset. And then we can set num data bytes equal to we already know the number name packet data offset. Yeah, we can just use this, right? Constants dot that. That'll give us the number of bytes up to the name. And then we need to add the default metadata bytes because we just added those, right? Dot length. There we go. And then at the end of this, we can say last packet received date equals packet dot received date. And that should be it. I think. I mean, I guess we'll find out, right? Oh, you know what? There's actually some configuration stuff that I want to adjust. It's like I'm gonna yeet all of this stuff. Is this necessary? Runtime host configuration option. Don't remember if that's necessary for this stuff. I don't know. Let's try getting rid of it. See what happens. Let's clean our solution. Then try running it. Okay, well it runs. Let's try running the game and connecting and see what happens. See if we get any errors or anything. I do have my laptop open, just in case we need to test it with multiple devices. But we'll see. Okay. To the connect button. Did it explode? It has not exploded. The leaderboard looks okay. I mean, I'm the only player that's connected, so that's fine. How am I looking on like memory usage? 11 megs. But that's like with debug mode turned on. All right, let's connect this one. Okay, I can't help but notice that the leaderboard did not properly update. Yo. That was like frame 1, dude. Okay. I can't help but notice that it's not working. What am I doing wrong here? Let's add a console.writeLine. Sending regular packets. Okay. It's not ever sending regular packets. Okay. What am I doing wrong? It must be hitting this. Let me just make sure that it's actually like doing this loop, right? Console.writeLine. Tick. It does a single tick. It waits 3 seconds and then it does another tick. So for some reason, racers.count is always equal to 0. Even though our process packet queue should be adding new racers. Okay, let's add a line here that says write line adding new racer. happens. It never adds the racer. I should be on the right port and everything. Okay, let's let's add a thing up here. Console right line. Attempting to receive packet. Okay. So process packet queue should happen. Let's print out the packet queue dot count. So it should be filling up. It's not even printing. Huh? It is printing tick, but it's not printing the packet queue count. Oh, that's the wrong thing. It printed 0 the very first time and is no longer printing anything. What? That should be right. In queuing new packet. I don't know if that's how you spell in queuing, but it's not in queuing the packet. So one of these conditions is always returning true? How? Console dot right line data dot length, maybe? 401. What are these values? $57 and $77? What did I do? What? Name packet data offset. Oh, I don't know why I thought that calculation would work. What? Because it... where am I using this? Yeah, I'm only using it there. Okay. So, yeah, this needs to be size of a byte. That's going to be for the packet type. And then this is going to be the racer data offset. And then I also need, oh, why is that an equal sign? And then I also need the placement and the diff to first. Okay. So then give me this stuff here as well. Wait, this should be down here, right? No. Yeah, that's right. Okay. The minimum is too low now. Why is the minimum too low? Or too high? We get the packet type, all of that stuff. Oh wait, we're not actually receiving these two bits. That still doesn't make up for it though, does it? No, it's 427 and 447. Yeah. How am I doing this calculation wrong? So you've got you've got the packet type. Oh, because this, I see that. Yeah, that includes. Okay. So if that's the packet, what is this exactly? That does include the packet type already. Okay, so we're back to what we were originally were at, but this is too much. Or too little. Oh, because it's all of this. And then we need to include... Why am I using this? I mean, that's not right. That's not even right. Like this should include, like this should be this, right? No, because we need to include the furthest checkpoint placement. And like it should be this. Okay, still not quite. I'm very tempted to just hard code all this stuff because this is. I am annoyed. Like the minimum number of bytes that a single packet needs to be. I just say thing equals is we've got a single byte for the packet type. This is the minimum, which doesn't include any of the metadata. Okay. Okay, so the maximum number of packets, or packet bytes, this should be good. The minimum does not include any of the metadata bytes, right? Okay. Now we are enqueuing the packets. What's going on here? Okay. I see a second player. This is good. My leaderboard also has 2 names on it. I can't tell if it's choppy or not, but I am also printing out a bunch of stuff, so that that could be causing issues. Okay. God, this needs cleanup. These constants are so stupid. Okay. Let me search for all the console print lines or write lines, whatever. Get rid of everything. Okay, perfect. Let's run it again. Okay. Let me pull it up on my laptop. That way I can test. What the heck? Okay. That way I can test by controlling 2 characters at the same time. So. Let's see what happens. Let me probably also make sure that the leaderboard actually, I like that the metadata is getting updated correctly. So if I edit my name and say PC, looks like it got updated. Okay, and if I change the color of all of my stuff, looks like it gets updated correctly. Okay, phenomenal, phenomenal. top. Okay. Yeah, shut up, squid. Okay. Let me actually like properly connect here. I think that's right. Connect. Oh, hey, look at that. Okay, let me change my name here. We can be laptop. Okay, that looks like it gets updated correctly. I'd like to move you over, please. Okay, so now the idea is to check for movement to see if I'm gonna move this over to my other monitor so I can make this one bigger. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna line up both my laptop and myself here on the far left. Actually, let me change my color here. Make it a little bit more obvious who's who. Color did update properly. Fantastic. Okay. So I'm gonna line up against this wall. I'm gonna press right at approximately the same time, and the distance between the players should indicate the approximate delay. And the important thing that we're checking for is jittering. So if the green character like kind of looks like it gets stuck on something and then like jolts forward, that's bad. That's what we're looking for. So here we go. Yeah, so you can see it's jittering. Which is exactly the issue that was happening before. And I don't know why. Because if I shut down the server here and I go into like my other instance and I become the host, so now I'm hosting the game from within the game, right? If I do the exact same test, let's use the right character here. If I do the exact same test, oh, it actually is jittering. Wait, what? Now it's like smooth. But yeah, you can see there's a little bit of jitter. Wait, so that was just happening the whole time? What the heck? What? that was happening the whole time? Okay, well, it's fine, I guess. All right, let me go back over here. Let me stop hosting, and let's run the server again. So I'm seeing memory usage because like I don't really understand the memory usage here because like it keeps going up and up and up, and it just never. I mean, there it dips down, but like these yellow markers should indicate when the garbage collector kicks in. But it just never does. It just never kicks in. So I don't even know what this dip down is. And it just keeps going up. I don't get it. I don't understand why the garbage collector doesn't kick in. So I already modified this to get rid of the weird garbage collector settings that I had. I mean, does clean solution not actually clean the solution? If I go to this, no, server. Okay, what if I just yeet these two things here? And then do this. Okay, and there's that dip that we were seeing. But like the garbage collector just doesn't ever kick in. I don't understand. Yeah, the memory usage just keeps going up. I don't. I don't get it. Garbage collector not running. Like, it's just. It just doesn't clean anything up. I mean, I can't manually destruct it, can I? So I have a feeling what's going on is it's just constructing a bunch of packets which for some reason aren't getting destroyed. Even though there's nothing referencing them anymore. Where's that being done? Yeah, right here. I genuinely don't know. Like, there's no reason for it to not be collecting garbage. Configuration settings. Wonder if it's somehow because the data's getting... Oh, I forgot to reassign this variable, I think. Yeah, after we send the metadata, gotta set this to datetime.utc now. Okay, so we can keep that updated. I'm almost wondering if it's like because it's getting allocated on one thread and then it's losing all references on a different thread. Like, what if I just say this and keep track of that thread? Does it kick in at that point? I don't understand. It just keeps going up. If I like, where here, if I explicitly set this to true, I mean, it should be true by default, but it's clearly not ever getting invoked. Like memory usage drops right there, but it doesn't ever say that it was because of the garbage collector. I don't understand. I'm so confused. Like you can see bumps. It just it never indicates this. Memory profile. And now it's just hard stuck at 25. What does that look like? Not really any worse than it was before, I would say. Still very jittery. Yo. Workstation garbage collection, which is designed for client apps, is the default GC flavor for standalone apps. For hosted apps, for example, those hosted by ASP.NET. Okay, workstation garbage collection can be concurrent or non-concurrent. Concurrent or background garbage collection enables managed threads to continue operations during a garbage collection. Background garbage collection replaces concurrent garbage collection. Server garbage collection, which is intended for server applications that need high throughput and scalability. Server garbage collection can be non-concurrent or background. Server garbage collection can be okay. The following collection occurs on multiple dedicated threads. On Windows, these threads run at thread priority highest priority level. A heap and a dedicated thread to perform garbage collection are provided for each logical CPU. Because that doesn't really answer my question. Because like it's using 25 megabytes right now. It should need like 12. Like half of this. But it's just like unnecessarily storing a bunch of packets. Like I don't need them. I don't know why it's... I don't understand. Okay, so that clearly didn't solve the issue, so we'll just go back to this. If I just say gc dot collect, like if I attempt to manually trigger a garbage collection, okay, now they're actually showing up. And memory usage doesn't appear to be skyrocketing. So why was it not triggering before? Okay, well now it is taking a couple of steps up and then it goes back down. It's not even getting above 11. It went all the way up to 25 before. Why was it not collecting garbage before? It should have been working automatically. There's no reason that I should have to call it manually. Oh, that was a massive spike. I don't know what happened there. But then it got collected, just like a garbage collector should. Like, you're still getting massive jitter, which is annoying. But like, why do I need to manually proc the garbage collector? I'm so confused. If I disable publish AOT, does that change anything? Oh, hang on. Let me not manually garbage collect. Let's see if that does anything. No, like it's already up to 15 and it just keeps going up. It's up to 16. Oh, it dipped down, but it's still climbing. Small dip, but like it's not ever marking a garbage collection. Now it's up to 17 megabytes. Like this is 18, 19. It's never collecting garbage. Why? It should be using half of this memory. Like even if I only garbage collect on the tick where I send metadata packets, right? Let's undo this. We can remove that bit. So like every 3 seconds, even if I only garbage collect every 3 seconds. Boom, massive drop. You can see like it's basically staying at 11 megabytes. Why do I have to force garbage collection? That doesn't make any sense. It's still jittery. I don't know how to fix that problem. I don't know what I have to do to fix that. Because if I just send packets more frequently, I don't think that solves the problem. But like, yeah, it's staying exactly at 11 megabytes. I mean, that time it went up a lot, which I don't really understand why it decided to do that randomly. That's so dumb. I don't. Google does not help. I try and search the issue and it's just like, oh, here's generally how the garbage collector works. And I'm like, I don't need to know how the garbage collector works in general. I just want to know why it's not procking right now. how to optimize memory usage with the garbage collector. No, I just want to know why it's not working. I genuinely don't get it. I mean, like, if it works this way, I'm fine with keeping this manual garbage collection here. I just think it's really stupid that I have to manually invoke the garbage collector. It should be something that I don't even think about. I don't understand why it's not working. Like, let me just... I want to close the entire project. Yo. Like, what if I just yeet all these files? What is this? Okay, I don't care about that. Okay, let's reopen the project. All these stupid pop-ups need to go away. Run. Okay. Exactly the same story. It just keeps using more and more data. Should I learn, not learn, but relearn C++? Why? This is so dumb. I don't understand. Like... I'm fine with putting this in here for the sake of it working. I just don't get why I need to do that. Okay, let's see if it reduces jittering if I have the other version of this. The other version of this loop. Let's see what happens. Okay. There's like maybe a slight reduction in jittering. The only thing is like this is slightly more dangerous, right? For exactly the reason that I mentioned before, where it's like if we're receiving packets faster than we're processing them, then it's not going to be great. But like, even if I, well, Maybe let's take a measurement here. Let's take a measurement. That's maybe a good thing to do. Okay. So let's say var start, or can I do this? Var stopwatch equals a new stopwatch, and then stopwatch dot start. Oh. Stopwatch dot stop, and then I want to write out the elapsed milliseconds. Let's see what happens here. 3, 4, oh, I need to reset it. Oops. Stopwatch dot reset. Okay. 0. Okay, am I not using the stopwatch right? What if I just don't stop and I hit the restart? I mean, it should be like this, right? Am I crazy? Why is it printing 0? Elapsed ticks. Okay, now it's not printing 0. Okay. But yeah, like, you can see the actual work that it's having to do takes less than a millisecond. Which is crazy. Like, it makes sense, but it's also kind of crazy. So it's not like the code that we're executing is slow. It's just I don't even really understand. Like, if I increase this to like 102, right? So it's sending packets 102 times a second, approximately. Right? Like, not even that gets rid of the jitter. And then if I do like both of these things, right? Where I'm sending packets extremely fast, and I also process the entire queue. If I do both of those things, it still does not get rid of the jitter. Is it because the clients just aren't Are the clients just not sending data fast enough? Like, they're sending the data once every frame, you know? Like, I guess if there's a desync in the frame rate. I don't know. It like. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what's causing it. All right, let's go back to this. Go back to 62 there. I mean, it works as far as I can tell. Like, let me just run it. See if like resetting works and everything. That looks right. Okay, apparently it thinks that the PC... Oh, right, because the PC is still in A11. Let me just reset this. Okay. Oops. Oh, I can't even make the jump. Okay. Jeez. Okay, yeah, now the leaderboard looks right. Wonder though why it was saying... Yeah, why does it think PC is in the lead right now? Because its furthest checkpoint should be 0. Oh, but it's like, it's kind of like that always, right? At the beginning of the race, it's kind of weird. It is kind of weird. Yeah, like as soon as these guys... Yeah, there we go. Okay. I mean, it's... I don't like the jitter. I really don't like the jitter, but I'm not entirely sure why it's happening. I mean, I guess it depends. I wonder... I'm gonna exit the game on my laptop here. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Oh, sure. just try doing this. And if it doesn't work, don't do anything. It's gonna be a byte array. Why is it? What? Oh, can I just do this? Okay. Okay. So try and receive a thing. If you run into an error, just skip over it, I guess. And I should try and do something similar here, where like, if I'm processing a packet, oh, I do want to do something like this. Racer, racer equals null. And then I can say, we can say found racer maybe. Or like matching racer is probably better. Okay, then matching racer equals racer, and then we can break. And then here we can just say if matching racer is equal to null, then we do this. Then we can say matching racer is equal that. We add it. And then we can have it process the packet, which we know exists. So stop trying to convince me that it doesn't. Okay. Right. Okay. I forgot why I did that for a second. Okay. So when we process the packet, it could potentially be the case that the packet is not formatted correctly. So like it could, I mean, if it's within the bounds that we set before, then maybe it's still okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if somebody malicious sends a bad packet, then we might have an issue, but for now I think it'll be fine. Okay. Right, so I wanted to try something. So what happens if you know what, I'm gonna close this. I don't know why it opened with that one. I wonder if, so it's 13, no, it's 11. Yeah, so this is happening every step where it's sending all of this data. Let me go to the actual game object. So I'm wondering what would happen if we send the packets not not at the step, but at the end of the step. Like, what happens now? I don't have the right version on my laptop here, but let's just see what happens, right? Okay. Let's run the project here. Let me, oh, that's not up yet. Okay. So I'll connect. Let's go into the classic testing level, A11. Oh, I forgot. I don't need this stopwatch anymore. I got the data that I needed from it. Okay. Yeah, we get it, Squid. Okay. Let me get connected here. Okay. Whoops. Okay, take me back into this level. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I should tab back into the game. There we go. So the version of the game that's on my laptop has not been updated, so it will still send the packet every step. This sends it at the end of every step. So I will only really notice the performance difference if there is one on my laptop. So I'm gonna be looking over there, sorry. It did not solve the issue. There is still significant jitter. I will say though, it does seem like there's less of a gap. Like when I press left and right, hang on. I have to test this. Okay. Give me the data win file that's here. There's less of a delay. Oof, why is it taking so long? Usually it's not nearly this slow. This Maybe because I have a bajillion things running on my computer right now. Or maybe specifically a bajillion things running through the USB, whatever you call it, hub that I just plugged my drive into. Okay, but I want to see what happens. Because the theory that I had was it could be possible that we're attempting to send packets before the player's position gets updated. That frame. Whoops. Okay, cool. Let me eject this now. Okay, cool. Let's install this. Yo, what's up, Vlad? How's it going? So I've got my laptop open over here. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I am testing the multiplayer mod for the game. And one of the things that I just changed. Okay, let me not get ahead of myself. So, I was noticing that there was a significant jitter. So, I've got this level open. That's just like a giant flat level. And if in two different instances of the game, right, one on my PC, one on my laptop, if I were to line up against the right side of this wall and then hold left at exactly the same time on both my laptop and my PC, you would notice that the other player would jitter, right? It would fall behind a little bit and then teleport up, and it wouldn't look like you're both moving smoothly. Now, in order to test something that I thought would fix it, I have made it so that instead of sending a packet, instead of sending your position data every step, I'm sending it after every step. Because I thought that maybe, perhaps, what was happening was that you would send your position data before it actually got updated that frame. So, I am testing that now. I have changed it so that it'll send in location data after the position actually changes. I have news. What is your news? And as far as I could tell, it worked very well to reduce the gap between the players. But I only had it installed on my PC. I didn't update the version on my laptop, so I am testing the version on my laptop. Do you remember I mentioned the femboy? I do remember that. I also remember being very confused as to what the heck you were talking about. Okay. Let me get connected here. Okay. All right, so I'm in the level. There you can see, there's me. So, I'm going to press left at exactly the same time on both my laptop and my PC. Now, I don't expect there to be a difference in the jitter, I do expect there to be a difference in how far apart the two characters are. Because before, they would be like about this far apart. Even when I pressed left at the exact same time, it would appear as if they're like 1 to 1.5 blocks apart, right? There'd be like a latency. Let's try it now. That's pretty close. You can still see that it's jittering, which I'm not a fan of. I don't really understand why it's doing that still. But it's a lot closer. Oh. Yeah, if I press jump at the same time, you can... Oh, that was a pretty big lag spike. Like, they're pretty close. So I guess what was happening was I was sending the player's position before it had been updated for that particular frame. Which is kind of interesting. So... I wonder if the server is different. I wonder if I was gonna say, I wonder, like, if you're the host, you would want to send the packet at the beginning of the frame. Well, no, because then you would still need to include, like, your own data. Yo. I don't know what's causing that jitter. He suggested we meet in real life. I was surprised myself, and my brothers were absolutely shocked. And please forgive me if I sometimes don't answer quite correctly. I only know a little English, specifically about 2 to 5%. You're all good. Interesting. Do you want to meet them in real life? Okay, so that, let me make a note of that, actually. Let's, yeah, notes. Whoops. Totos. Send packets at the end of, or at step end. Okay. Yep. In real life, in the end, I agreed, but only with my brother because I didn't know what to do myself. Interesting. How did it go? Was it fun? Okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's done then. I mean, this does technically work. Let me close the game on this side. I'm gonna shut down my laptop here. Yeah, I mean it's very annoying that I have to manually garbage collect. Yeah, publish AOT. But I think this this project is about done, and then yeah, I've got that to do to send packets at the end of the step, because that seems to be more accurate. Yeah. Because I think receiving packets almost always happens at the start, like before the frame starts. Maybe, but in any case, I'll meet with him today or tomorrow. Oh, I thought it already happened. You haven't done it yet? Okay, okay. Good luck. I hope you do have fun. Yeah, what did I change exactly? Oh, I have to clean up a bunch of this stuff because this is all very ugly. All of these constants are like only partially needed. They're named weird. Okay. Let me run the cleanup. Thank you, of course, of course. Okay, a bunch of changes to this one. Bunch of changes here. Okay, ugh. I mean, we have something that works, right? We've got something that works, I guess. In that case, I'm actually gonna switch, I think, here. I kind of want to play a little bit of Slay the Spire. So we're gonna pivot. We're gonna do that. Let me close a bunch of stuff here. I am going to use the restroom before we do that. So I'm gonna put you in the chair stream. You get to watch the chair for a minute or two. And when we come back, I will switch over to Slay the Spire. So enjoy the chair stream. All right. I should probably make the text on Chairstream a little bit more visible. You know what? Let's make that visible, shall we? Okay, you know what? That's not like that much better. Anyway. Hello. Let there be light. Okay. Let's adjust the title and stuff. Hello. How's it going, Vlad? Did you miss me? Okay. I should be slaying the spire now, right? Yeah. Let me open up the game and then I can notify the Discord that I have pivoted. Whoop, nope, don't do that. Stop. Okay. There we go. All right. I feel like it's been a while since I've used this one. Does it still work? OBS, hello. Capture my game, please. Okay, you know what? We're doing this. There we go. All right. All right. Yo, what's up, Clortax? How's it going? To be honest, I didn't quite understand you just now. I think it would be better if you wrote in chat and I translated it using Google Translate. Should I have a... I thought Twitch had like an auto dub. Not auto dub, auto subtitle thing. Maybe not. But yeah, I'm not gonna be typing in chat. Sorry. All right, we are just chilling. Nothing fancy. We're just gonna be chilling. Okay, we're going with the defect anyway, I guess. Remove 2 cards. Could be fun. Transform, obtain a relic. Dude, I swear my ring light is like flashing at me. Does it look like it's flashing? It is hurting my eyes right now. Let's obtain a relic. Let's see what we get. Potion belt. Okay. Kind of interesting. Not a huge fan of the shop placements here. This is a new update, by the way. Clortax. if you didn't already know. New update. I don't know everything that changed, but I do know one of the big changes is Doormaker. That boss fight has changed. I am not a huge fan of this this act here. I don't know. I think either way I'm going this way. So we'll start and see what happens. I'm small. Do I win? I do. Okay. Nice. Cool-headed? I kind of need cool-headed in order for the other one to be good, so... What am I drawing next turn? A bunch of block, which is not bad. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. Lightning hits the big one. Drawing Zap. I mean, this is 12 damage, so like... I'll just full defend, right? Why not? I can be greedy with my health. Dual cast is probably not needed. What am I drawing? Weird stuff. Okay, I'll just defend and hit this guy. Surely one of these turns my lightning is gonna hit the dude with 3 health, right? Surely it has to happen eventually. Okay, there we go. Hotfix, they added art for this one. I wanted to look at upgrades. Yeah, gain 2 focus is kind of meh. Lightning Rod's not bad. I'll take a lightning rod. Fusion is tempting. I don't mind a fusion. It's just a bit expensive and we don't really have much to do with the energy anyway. I mean, again, these aren't like phenomenal here. Thinking like this. And then I guess we'll just see what happens. Transformer upgrade. Could upgrade cool-headed. I feel like transform is almost always better though. Like an upgraded cool-headed is really good, but getting rid of a strike and potentially getting a better card. Unfortunately, we did not get like a phenomenal card, but kind of a bummer. Just get rid of that. Am I scared of 11 damage? Maybe. Do I kill? I don't think so, right? 11. Yeah, no, just barely not. Alright, there we go. Chill is always good. Like me a chill. I have a feeling I'm not going to really use all these potion slots. What am I drawing? Potentially a lightning rod. Nice. That basically blocks. It's good enough. I was greedy with my health early on, so I'm okay with this. Surely I win, right? Okay. Second lightning rod. It doesn't really do much. Like, the way that it stacks is it just adds more turns. But if it was like summon 2 lightning orbs, that'd be cool. Does not do that though. Maybe we drive a compile. First time you draw status each turn. Still don't have anything that generates status. Yeah. Lose all of your gold, transform 2 cards. I don't think I've seen this one before. You enter a grove of crystalline trees and they begin to quiver excitedly. A chorus of hellos and welcomes bombard you as a group of Morphics burst forth from trees. One of the Morphics is fidgeting in the corner, clearly not as sociable as the others. Approach the group or the loner. So I can either gain 5 max or transform 2 cards. I mean, I'm kind of not a fan of this iteration. And I'm not exactly planning on hitting up a shop. So it is 159 gold. Yeah, let's see. 1 strike, 1 iteration. Modded? Oh, they changed the art for this one too. Nice. Gain 1 orb slot, draw 1 card, increase this card's cost by 1. And then whatever you create a status, deal 5 damage to all enemies. Okay, I mean it's like slightly better than the card that I had before, but I still don't have any statuses. This just doesn't exhaust, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. Let's see what I get out of this. Dual cast. Yeah. Okay. I don't like that my modded was on the bottom of my deck. This is maybe a little bit of damage. Draw 2 cards. And I probably have to gain a bunch of block, right? Okay, kind of awkward. I feel like I could have played that better and not taken damage at all, but okay, so close. So close to death. Okay, I'm taking 18, blocking for 6. Let's do that. Okay, you're dead finally. Holy. Another lightning orb. I need to damage. I think I have enough to kill, right? Yeah, nice. Second cool-headed. Barrage is interesting. Like, it works with modded. I'll grab it. I'm afraid of the boss, though. Nice. Compile driver upgrade. Do I have anything to upgrade? I do, kind of. Yeah, cool-headed, zap, modded, barrage. Those are all pretty decent, so I'll go for this campfire here. Let's see where this lightning hits. Okay. Get rid of you. Let's get that set up. It's 15. Just throw that on you. Try and block for as much as I can. Oh, I full block. Okay. I was too lazy to do the math. Alright, get rid of that. Let's hit you. Nice. Okay, I don't have great draws, so I probably should not play cool-headed. Let's play zap first and then do this. Let's drive a compile. Nice. Alright, we're stacking up potions. Focused strike is not bad. I feel like we're kind of playing into the orb slots. Thunder's also not bad. Thunder's probably better, honestly. Oof. This is not going to be fun. I gotta burst this guy down. His little effect thing is too strong. I'm not a fan. Still taking 1 damage. Oof. Should still probably block this here. Give me a second, lightning orb. Surely one of them hits this guy, right? Okay. Surely one of them hits the guy in the back, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. Nice. Ooh, I like me a chaos. I do like me a chaos. Should I upgrade it? Probably, right? What does Thunder do? 8. Barrage is 7 per. Upgraded Zap could be good also, but I likes me a chaos. Let's see what I get. Plasma glass, okay. Don't like this 11. Not a fan. I would have really liked to evoke that plasma, but I could draw chill technically from this. If I don't, I'm taking 9 damage. Could also hit modded, which could draw me into chill. If I don't, I mean, I feel like I kind of just have to. Oh, hey, chill. This game's too easy. This game's too easy. Never punished. Okay, now I actually have to not die, though. Or not take too much damage, I guess. I don't need another orb slot. So let's just do this. Okay, nice. Ooh, Meteor Strike. It's kind of hard to pull off because I would have to get a plasma orb out of the chaos. We are right before the boss. I do have an energy potion for the boss though. Let's go for it. Nice. Ooh. Do I barrage or do I get rid of a smokestack? Oh, barrage. I think 15 is enough damage to warrant playing that. Yeah, let's get rid of you. Okay, don't want to take that much damage, so let's do this. Probably thunder helps here. Seems like a good idea. Chaos should win. Chaos summoned me 2 plasmas. Holy, alright, white noise for sure, right? Do I have a blocking problem? Should I take leap? I feel like white noise is too good right before the boss. I do kind of have a blocking problem though, so upgrade white noise maybe? Or zap is probably better. Let's see what I get out of chaos. No plasma orb. Could get a meteor strike out of an attack potion. That'd be funny. Let's see what I get here. Compile. Again, could draw it into chill. Zap modded are both 0 cost right now. It's not bad. Nice. Yeah, let's play this first and then the zap. I think that was a pretty lucky draw. Okay, can kill that first guy. It's probably worth it. Take 8. See what we get out of this. Spinner. Nice. Perfect. I mean, we take 2 damage, so not like perfect, but it's good enough, right? Barrage is good. Get rid of the smokestack. Close. Okay. What do we get? Okay. That's good. I could get Meteor Strike, which is why I don't want to play the chill here. I want to try to evoke the Plasma next turn. I didn't draw it, really. That's unfortunate. Alright, what do we get here? Glass and Lightning. Dual cast does quite a bit of damage there. I'm frail, I don't think there's much of a point in trying to block that. Nice. Genetic algorithm is probably the right choice. I'm just not a huge fan. Adaptive strike. I'm mostly leaning towards rainbow. Because I like summoning a bunch of orbs. I did say that I have a block problem. Oof. I did say that. That is something that I said. Genetic algorithm could help. Oh, I know it's the right choice, but I don't want to take it. Oof. Okay. Runic, sorry, Pandora's Box is not phenomenal. Because I don't have... I've already transformed a couple of my strikes. And one of them's, like, upgraded, so it's like... I mean, it's still good to transform. It's just not as good. Runic Pyramid is kind of insane, though. Empty Cage, I mean, there's... I could remove a smokestack and a strike, I suppose, but... Runic Pyramid's broken. Okay, so I did spend all my money in the middle of last act, so I probably want to take a late shop. Problem is, if I want this late shop, I have to go through this one. So maybe I just try and plan for going for this one. It's like this is probably a good idea. What do I do after this, though? I mean, I guess it depends on what I get from the shop, right? If somehow I get a bajillion dollars, then I might go left side. Otherwise, probably just hit up this campfire. We'll see. We'll see. What do I get out of this? Okay. Chaos me. Did get a plasma. Not a fan of all the damage I'm about to take. Guess it's only 6, but like... Oof, you know? Dual cast kills this guy. That's pretty nice. Let's block and then... Oh, you know, I should have played Barrage first. Whoops. It's fine. We can play this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Got rid of my plasma. I shall block for 1, I guess. Okay. Oop. Okay. Claw. With the runic pyramid, so I can just infinitely draw claw while my hand is full of other stuff. Or go for the eyes to help me try and manage my block problem. I'm taking a claw. I'm taking a claw. This is to all enemies, which is pretty nice. Yeah, I'll take that. Vulnerable's not bad, especially with the claw that I just picked up, but I do kind of need AoE. Not for this boss fight, but like just in general. Nice. If I can get away with not evoking that plasma yet, that'd be great. Oh, hey, claw. Let's do this. Ooh, echo form. Hello. Okay, I didn't even get to play it. All right, sweet. A second chaos, a second cool-headed. I haven't even upgraded the one I have. Like, these are good cards. I just don't want to make my deck too big. I have to skip here. Especially with Runic Pyramid, you really don't want a massive deck. I don't even know what I want. Probably the one on the right. The one that deals damage per turn. Am I willing to take damage for it, though? Probably not. Oh, hey, I got it anyway. Easy. Never punished. Let's see what we get out of this. 2 dark orbs. 2 dark orbs. Okay, get this out of my hand. Let's get Thunder out there. White Noise is still in the back. Let's just deal a bunch of damage, huh? Big damage. Okay. There's the White Noise. Let's see what we get. Okay, I really didn't want that one. Taking 19. Genetic gives me 3, so my regular blocks. This is very unfortunate. Maybe I should have played cool-headed instead of a defend. Not sure. Lightning Rod's pretty good. Start evoking the Dark Orbs, and you're dead. Alright, nice. Weak and vulnerable. I don't really feel like that's better than what we've got. Hologram? Ooh, charge battery. Could be good. It makes it slightly easier to get Meteor Strike. Hologram for Claw, though, is always pretty good. I do still kind of have a block problem. But Hologram could also help with that. Because Hologram could bring me back a block card. So let's make sure it doesn't exhaust. I don't full block that. If I drink the Dex potion, I gain what, 7 plus 9? That would be enough. Get this out of my hand. Let's just see what we get out of this one. Chill is nice. Just chill and then a bunch of damage. 6, so I'm taking 2 damage. That's fine. Get this guy out of here. There's White Noise. Storm. Plus Thunder. Insane combo. Let's see what we get out of Chaos. Okay, maybe should not have spent all of my Frost Orbs. It's worth it. Okay, you wake up. Finally draw a Claw. Let's play this first. Oh, I'm weak. That did nothing. Oof. Okay. I've got Hologram down there. Doesn't help much. It could help though. Didn't draw it. Could dual cast and hope this guy dies. Nice. Oof. I'm taking a lot of damage this fight. This is not great. See what I get out of this. Okay. Nice. I'm still taking 4 damage. Oof, man. Oof. Focused Strike is back. Is it too much, though? Again, I feel like my deck has too many cards. Well. Now I can heal by adding even more cards that I still don't want. Anointed, do I have? I've got Modded and Meteor Strike. Genetic Algorithm. Reboots maybe not bad. That could help. Especially when my hand gets super full. Loop is also just a good card. Okay. I've only got 20 health. Not a whole lot of money. So we go this way. Oh, hey, money. Nice. Okay, we probably heal at this one and then hope we don't take too much damage. This is why I took AoE. Okay, definitely playing that one. This only deals 12. Could drink strength though. It's probably worth it. Genetic is now giving me 10, which is pretty good. So I should be able to play like this. Reboots, nice. Boom, bring it back. Boom. Let's reboot. Kind of white noise, bruh. Let's play Strike. I might need Exterminate again. Okay, maybe not. Still, like, a lot. Okay, cool. Oh, nice, I got the Strength pot back. Alright. Ooh, super critical allows me to play. Ooh, it does allow me to play Meteor Strike, but Scavenge is also pretty good because it allows me to get rid of cards that I don't want. Going into this fight. To attack pots potentially. The thing is, like, after I use the Meteor Strike, I don't need the energy for anything. Because as soon as I get the Meteor Strike up, I've got a bunch of energy, you know? So, like, I only need it in a burst. It's just the fact that it exhausts stuff is pretty good. I'll take a super critical. Oh, hey, look. Let's go after you. I'm not gonna full defend this, which is kind of unfortunate. Do I attack bot? This is what, 8 damage? It's probably fine. I'm probably okay. I can just play everything, right? Deals 12. Oof. Okay, so remember earlier when I said I hope I won't take too much damage? I seem to be taking a lot of damage. That's kind of not good. Okay. Oh, hey, Scavenge. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, that was part of the reason I took Super Critical, is because Super Critical is a rare card. Scavenge is only uncommon, so slightly higher of a chance of me seeing it again. Alright, this guy, I'm probably going to need everything. I'm going to be honest. Card draw's probably better. Oh, Helix Drill, nice. Alright, let's see what we get out of this. Exterminate. Should I drink the... Yeah, I should probably drink the strength pot with these 2 cards. Claw! And with Claw, obviously. Okay. Genetic giving me 13. That does help a lot. It's Chaos. Yeah, let's go for this. I'm drinking everything. I have to. I need it. Chaos invokes the Plasma, which powers up Helix Drill even more. Let's do this. That draws me more Meteor Strike. Oof. I definitely still have a blocking problem, huh? Do I just have like an everything problem? I feel like I'm low on damage too. Bro, what are these cards? Let me pull back Meteor Strike. Because I can play it next turn too. I just gotta live. Okay. Okay. Wait, is this enough? Definitely want to compile drive to see what I get here. Okay, that's phenomenal. Yeah, okay, there's more than enough. Whew. Nice. Defrag? Shatter's good burst, but defrag is just great. Of course the book procs on the on the boss right after the boss combat. Swift? It's not bad, it's just not great with Runic Pyramid, I think. Kinda makes my hand hard to play. Apotheosis though. Yeah, there's a ton of good upgrades here. Apotheosis is insane. I don't think I want a shop late, maybe? I really like the end of the far left side. It's just I have like a ton of combats all in a row. So maybe I just go like this. Have I fought a single elite this whole run? I feel like maybe I have not. This hand is not great. It is still not great. Defrag is nice though. Okay. All right. White noise, more thunder. Definitely want to get this off. How much are they dealing? Okay, I've got more than enough block. Try for damage. Nice. Second claw. Cold snap helps my defense though. Helps defense and damage a little bit. Yeah, I'll take it. Hello there. Are any of these like phenomenal for me? Strike Dummy technically works with this, with Meteor Strike. Could heal. I mean, I am hitting up a shop. Yeah, let's not. Okay, nice. Give me back Claw. It's not quite enough block. Let's just see what I draw. Dual cast. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Might as well. Okay, nice. We get Genetic. That full blocks. Give me another orb. Give me another disappointment. Okay, this is getting precarious. Finally get a super critical. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. We win anyway. All right. Easy. Another lightning rod. Oof. Deck is getting pretty big, but I need a block, man. I need answers. That's not an answer, though. I need a better answer. Genetic algorithm? Right? Just like infinitely increase genetic algorithms block gain. Could also do white noise and get a bunch of powers. Super critical reboot. These are all pretty good targets here. I mean, genetic algorithm I feel like just solves a bunch of my problems, right? That's funny. Okay, ouch. Taking 16, but only 4 with that. Boom. Now I bring it back. I bring it back now, y'all. Let's do this. White noise, nice. I've got genetics, so I can deal with next turn. I just don't know that I want to use all of this energy. I'll save it for next turn. got no card draw. Except for this. Dang. I've got so much energy and I can't do anything with it. What the heck? Okay. Hey, there's Meteor Strike. Okay, let's gain some energy next turn, because why not? I don't have enough of it, clearly. How much is this? 12. Hey, Claw. Okay, that's fine. Okay, there we go. Holy man. Oh yeah, get this thing out of here, dude. I don't want this. Chuzu. Every other combat, your card rewards you can. Man. I don't even think that was worth it. I feel like that was just a downgrade from something that was already not great. What does this do? Okay. Data disk is too good to pass up, right? Gotta remove. And then just take another focus pot for the boss, which I hopefully make it to. Okay, let's see what we get out of Chaos. Not bad. Taking a bit of damage, unless. Okay, this kills the guy in the back. This also kills the guy in the back, but it does a bunch of damage to the guy in the front too, so. Oh. Okay, surely our lightning orb hits, right? Surely we win the 50. Easy. Never punished. Never punished. Yeah, we're gonna go after the guy in the back. Nice. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't have to do that. I don't know why I did that. Okay, I'll save the energy. Okay. Second hologram does help. It does help. I'll probably rest now and then upgrade Apotheosis at the campfire. Add block to hologram, maybe? I could add attack to, like, exterminate. That would help with damage. Barrage would also be good. Let's do damage on exterminate. Ooh, okay. Now I just gotta draw exterminate. Then I'll be golden. Yeah, this is not a great turn. I think it is worth drinking this. I might take that back. I might regret that. Come on, man. Come on. Ugh, I'm getting hit by all 3 attacks. Bruh. Oof. Wait, watch this. I bring it back. I have so much block. There's exterminate. Nice. Boot sequence is not bad. It definitely helps. Give me this. All right, we're smithing Apotheosis. Let's see what we got. No reason not to pop these immediately. Okay. Got energy. Let's do this. Got super critical. Hologram of chaos, maybe? Don't need it. I think we just loop double defend. Okay. Kind of want to play white noise here. Could genetic algorithm bring it back and play it again? Let's see what's in this. Come on, man. Oh. How much is this even? 36? That's not actually that much. I will still play this though, just to bring it back. Not to play it again, but just to have it in my hand. It's pretty nice. Haunted, defrag. Yeah, let's play this. Okay. Yeah, I can... Oh, but it's bound. Whoops, okay. Just play this then. Barrage. Taking 22. Okay. I will play a Singular Claw. Genetic and then reboot. Chaos. Yeah. Okay. Was hoping for a little bit better, but that works. Okay. Exterminate's dealing 16. Yeah. And then I'll bring it back. Okay. I will play this zap. Seven times 5, eh? I think I will play this. Okay. Let's get another orb slot. Let's do this, I guess. Let's dual cast the dark orb here. Should probably start getting rid of defends, right? I feel like I've got enough of them. Booyah. Alright. Nice. That was weird. I don't think I fought a single elite, did I? No, because I got Potion Belt out of Capsule. Whetstone was from the first chest. Pyramid was from the Ancient. Struggles was from the event. Jeweler Box was from the Ancient. Chuzu and Lasting Candy was from an event that I got because I traded in the book that I got from the second chest. This was the third chest, and then this was a shop. Yeah, I didn't fight any elites. Not bad. I mean, it's Ascension 0, so it's like, it's whatever, but you know, still cool. All right. I think I'm actually going to call it there. I was originally planning on doing more runs, but I'm kind of tired. I've been live for 5.5 hours. I think that's about good. So, go over here. All right. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I appreciate you being here. Hope to see you again. But for now, peace. See ya.